Una join me can make we say, oh, we like we salon. Oh, we like we salon.
Forget to check the chat and sign a petition. We have to fix Sierra Leone. Enough is enough. We are tired of being at the bottom of everything in the world. Sign the petition. This is a beginning.
Together as one. For we country flag, we die for the country flag.
Once again, welcome everybody to the Diaspora United campaign, unity campaign, Save Salone, global virtual protest. As they are refusing our people to speak, we will begin it right here in the diaspora. And by the grace of God, Sierra Leone will be saved.
If they say what they can, then go lock them for we go man of them more. I would have them, not the bella them, the bella them, go man of them. Mama, this is the moon. Papa, this is the moon. Mama, this is the moon.
Don't forget to sign the petition. Check the chat column. Share to your friends, family, loved ones. This is about Sierra Leone. One Sierra Leone. That's what we want to see. United Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone free for all.
We don't go ever retreat and we don't go surrender. Holy Ghost fire, they make them the blunder. All them bad plan them back to sender. Papa God, now you know we defender. Time don't go, now check the calendar. We all they see, we not to sleep in one. Say the country, the whole of the youth, them the whole of the system, whole of we all the whole of the country, the whole of the youth, them the whole of the system, whole of we all the whole of. If they say what I eat, then go up and power, you go one of them. If they say what we score, then go disallow, you go one of them. Now who that them, now the bella them, you go one of them. Hey lad, if they say what they can, then go disturb with priest, you go one of them. If they say what they can, then go lock them power, you go one of them. Now who that them, now the bella them, the bella them, you go one of them. Mama, this is the moon, Papa, this is the moon, Papa, this is the moon, Papa, this is the moon, oh na na, them a free know this say we the stop past them a free know. Them a free know, them a free know, them a free know this say we the walk past them a free know. Them a free know, them a free know, them a free know this say we country salon for prayer. Them a free know, them a free know, them a free know, them a free know. Oh na na. If you not get good player, una buy the player, the one where they try, the one we go come pull water na the eye, the player we go make everybody they smile, the player we go make we knock upside, the player we go make we fly and fly, the player we go make all the bill of them die, the player we go make we the boo boo bamba, na the player we go make we know the one them with the lie, the player we go pull water na we eye, na the player we go make all the bill of them die. I say the country, the wololo, the youth, them the wololo, the system, wololo, we all the wololo. I say the country, the wololo, the youth, them the wololo, the system, wololo, we all the wololo. If they say what I eat, then go up and party, you go one of them, you go one of them. If they say what we score, then go disallow, you go one of them, you go one of them, not the bell of them, the bell of them, you go one of them. Say Lord, if they say what they can, then go disturb with peace, you go one of them. If they say what they can, then go lock them party, you go one of them. You one of them, not the bell of them, the bell of them, you go one of them. Mama, the system, the mona, lo lo lo. Oh lo 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 lo, my body system the moon. Oh lo lo, oh lo lo. That's right. Bidi dum pum 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 pum, oh dum pum 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 pum. Bidi dum pum 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 pum, oh dum pum pum. This is the things I do. Yes I. For me country, green, white and blue. I know say the bell of them go by and down no go party. Go down by the taxi. You know we on the railway, we come together as one. For we country flag, I go die for me country flag. Oh na na. If they say what I eat, then go up and party, you go one of them. If they say what we score, then go disallow, you go one of them. Now who da them, now the bell of them. Who are the bell of them, you go one of them. Hey Lord, if they say what they can, then go disturb with peace, you go one of them. If they say what they can, then go lock them party, you go one of them. Now who da them, now the bell of them, the bell of them, you go one of them. Mama, the system, the moon, lo lo lo, oh lo 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 lo. Mama, the system, the moon, lo lo lo, oh lo 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 lo. Mama, the system, the moon, oh lo lo, oh lo 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 lo. Mama, the system, the moon, oh lo lo, yeah, oh lo 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 lo, oh lo 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 lo. Capital A, capital B, capital C, they want turn and to D. Within of them plan, they want good sabi. Within of them plan, they want good sabi. We no go ever retreat and we no go surrender. Holy Ghost fire, they make and they blunder. All them bad plan, them back to sender. Papa God, now you know we defender. Time don't go, now check the calendar. We all they see, we not to sleep in one. Say the country, the wololo, the youth, them, the wololo, the system, wololo, we all they wololo. Say the country, the wololo, the youth, them, the wololo, the system, wololo, we all they wololo. If they say what I eat, then go up and party, you go one of them. If they say what we score, then go disallow, you go one of them. Now who da them, now the bell of them, the bell of them, you go one of them. Hey Lord, if they say what they can, then go disturb with peace, you go one of them. If they say what they can, then go lock them party, you go one of them. Now who da them, now the bell of them, the bell of them, you go one of them. Mama, the system, the moon, lo lo lo. Oh lo 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 lo. Papa, the system, the moon, oh lo lo. Oh lo 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 lo. Papa, the system, the moon, oh lo lo. Somebody say oh lo 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 lo. Papa, the system, the moon, oh lo lo. Oh lo 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 lo. Oh na na. Them a free know this say we the stop past. Them a free know. Them a free know. Them a free know. Them a free know this say we the walk past. Them a free know. Them a free know. Them a free know. Them a free know this say we country salon for glory. Them a free know. Them a free know. Them a free know. Oh na na. If you not get good player, you not buy the player, the one where they try, the one we go come pull water na the eye, the player we go make everybody they smile, the player we go make we knock upside, the player we go make we fly and fly, the player we go make all the bill of them die, the player we go make we the boo boo bamba, na the player we go make we know the one them with the lie, the player we go pull water na we eye, na the player we go make all the bill of them die. I say the country, the wololo, the youth, them, the wololo, the system, wololo, we all the wololo. Say the country, the wololo, the youth, them, the wololo, the system, wololo, we all the wololo. If they say what I eat, then go up and party, you go one of them, you go one of them. If they say what we score, then go disallow, you go one of them, you go one of them. Now the bell of them, the bell of them, you go one of them. Say Lord, if they say what they can, then go disturb with peace, you go one of them. If they say what they can, then go lock them party, you go one of them. You one of them, now the bell of them, the bell of them, you go one of them. Mama, the system, the moon, lo lo lo. Oh lo 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 lo. Mama, the system, the moon, oh lo lo. Oh lo 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 lo. Mama, the system, the moon, oh lo lo. Oh lo Sakia de kill we. Sakia de kill we. Sakia de kill we. Sakia de kill we. Sakia de kill we.
Is Rachel here? I find it difficult for Rachel. All right.
Now already, now we are know. Are you said yourself now, so the one go by you. Oh. But them picking them, need they respect them big one. But you them picking them, no they respect them big one. Respect you big one, you will go clear now this one.
Rachel here? Matilda?
Yes, she is.
Rachel here?
Yes, she is. Rachel, can you please project yourself so we bring you on?
How Rachel saving him? Scope, help me find Rachel.
Rachel Bangura Davis. She
Techno
just
5? Is it Techno 5?
She is on.
Mama do ya, what is rapping there? Mama do ya.
Theo, I've been here. I was just asked telling him.
Right, okay.
Yeah. And it's saved as my name.
All right.
Thank you.
Over to you guys.
Welcome, everybody. I want to welcome you all to the global virtual protest organized by the Sierra Leone Diaspora Unity Campaign to complement the effort of the Consortium of Progressive Political Parties we call COP for short. I want to take this opportunity to welcome our viewers, special guests on the Zoom, and most especially our members of the international community. I want to go over to you, Matilda, so you can also welcome our people.
Ifambulem, una afternoon, una good evening, una good morning, any side usai una fen una safe na the world. I want to take this afternoon here, so since na afternoon usai midday, for tell una all boku thank and for tell una kushe and kabo, for we una all don't can join with this afternoon, for we this senior so where the diaspora unity campaign in support where they want put behind, then support them where they want put behind the consortium of progressive political party na SALONE. So today, then can I also for come bamba the work where the consortium they do. We want for tell una all cabo, we want for tell we big allejo them, the one then where they na the Whitman country, the one that we come inside the Whitman country, the one where like where they can say the Oyibo country or the Jombul country. We want tell them all boku thank you this afternoon. And we hope say una go open una yes them for yearly waiting the people them get for settle this afternoon. Today we na unu host, my name na Matilda J. Cole, and
my name na Rachel Bangura Davis. Okay, we are moving on to the activities that we have today. We have a lot of activities here and a lot of issues to, to be talked about today. We have, mind you, there are a lot of issues affecting Sierra Leoneans or Sierra Leone as a country, but we cannot talk about everything today. So we have the most important and we set our priorities so the world can understand, watch, and listen to what is going on exactly in Sierra Leone. And also Sierra Leoneans can listen and watch for those of you who are out of touch with Sierra Leone to see exactly what is going on. And Matilda, what is on the next program?
So basically, any side we need for make sure say we tell Papa God thank you and we call Papa God now we missed. And we all know say we come on a country where we get where people can call Christmas country. And any side we fend we self, we know they fail for recognize that. So today we want call on Reverend Jibril Kagbo make it open with the Christian prayer for we this afternoon. And that Christian prayer day will be followed by Mr. Mohammed Kamara, where himself go left the Muslim prayer inside this for we today. So Mr. Reverend Jibril Kagbo, you get the floor, sir.
We Reverend Jibril. All right.
Well, if you don't have Reverend Jibril, can any one of you on, as a special guest on the Zoom, can you just say a prayer for us, a Christian prayer for us, so that we can move on quickly? Thank you.
We'll take Fatima Rashid for prayer for we.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Salon, now we young Salon go better. Papa God, any side where you there in the midst of the matter, it doesn't matter. It will work out well. Let's go into an attitude of prayer. Loving Heavenly Father, we come to you this hour, asking for your blessing and help as we gather together for this virtual protest to save Salone, because Salone is crying. But you said wherever there are tears, tomorrow there will be joy. So we are looking forward for tomorrow, Papa God. We pray for guidance in this matter at hand. We pray for wisdom. We pray for your love. We pray for your intervention, and ask that you will clearly show your manifestation in this matter today, Papa God. Let Papa God protect we, let Papa God save we, and make you hear we cry. Let we hear we people then cry, Papa God, and wipe them eye. In the name of Jesus Christ, we have prayed. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. And then we go ask Mr. Mohammed Koma making self can give with the Muslim prayer.
Mr. Mohammed, some of them are muted, that's why.
I think we'll ask all of you to put the raise hand sign, to put it down. So when we call our speakers, they should be able to raise their hand up and we will easily identify them. So currently I'm asking everybody to kindly put the raise hand sign down.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
So we they ask all man make them left or put the little hand up, so that when we call we speakers them, it go easy for make we identify them and bring them come on camera. Do ya na beg with the beg. Una put una all hand them down so that we go easily pick out with speakers them. I see Mr. Mohammed and they up.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to una all. We tell God thank you, God able make we all get out here with spell body. And we call on Allah for protecting God, we all make the world scatter now with spell body. A very privileged and happy for get this opportunity for leading up a prayer. But we get we own resident Mufti now. So Mufti Ahmed Bangua, I want pass this opportunity to lead with a prayer. Mufti Ahmed Bangua, please now for unmute yourself. Make you lead with a prayer, please. Mufti, you are there?
Again, I am still kindly asking everyone, that's the hand sign, that you're raising the hand sign up, to please put it down so we can easily look and find our guest speakers. Please, I can see Lamin Kande Denke and then Galaxy S8 and so many other people with the hand sign up. Can you please bring it down? Please bring it down. Thank you.
So we people make una bring the hand sign down, do ya, so that we go easily able for identify with speaker them, because this na virtual, not to live. Normally the speaker then can they behind the wait, but because this na virtual, we need for able for identify with speakers them. So do ya all man puts the hand on, and so that we go see the person where we need for bring come on camera.
Because we have almost 300 people already on the Zoom, so it's a bit of a challenge. So please understand and bear with us, and please conform to to our appeal. Thank you.
Okay, then thank you very much once more again. If we're not able to get Mufti Ahmed Bangua, I go lead the prayer. If anybody able follows, either say Amen or repeat after what they say. They read Fatiha aloud for we all God will protect and guide with us. A'udhu billahi minash shaitani rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Ar-Rahman rahim maliki yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta alaihim. Ghayril maghdubi alaihim waladdallin. Amen.
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 Amen. Amen.
So thank you very much for that Muslim prayer. And we are moving on straight to the program proper. But before we move on, I want to take this opportunity. Like I said, the Sierra Leone Diaspora Unity Campaign, came together to do this global virtual protest to complement the efforts of the consortium of progressive political parties that we call COP for short. So I want to take this opportunity to recognize our various political parties of the consortium. I will first start with the All People's Congress, APC, the National Grand Coalition, the NGC, the Unity Party, UP, the People's Movement for Democratic Change, PMDC, the Coalition for Change, C4C, United Democratic Party, UDM, National Unity and Reconciliation Party, NURP, and I will pass the mic over to my to our other host, Matilda, for make he recognize the other political parties that came together to form the consortium.
Okay, so I will continue from where Rachel left off, and we go continue, and I will done with the order, name them with all the political party then we come together for can form this consortium where we know all the reports. People's Democratic Party, PDP, National Democratic Party, NPD, United Nations People's Party, UNPP, Alliance Democratic Party, ADP, People's Liberation Party, PLP, and last but not least, the Green, White, and Blue Party. There are those who form the Green, White, and Blue Party who are amongst us. We don't belong to any party, but themselves they are so. And so we they recognize themselves, we come up na the Green, White, and Blue Party, we sit down so for can listen. Before we go into the first session, we go once for Yeri with national anthem.
I pledge my love and loyalty to my country, Sierra Leone. I vow to serve her faithfully at all times. I promise to defend her, honor her good name, always work for her unity, peace, freedom, and prosperity. And put her interests above all else. So help me God, so help me God. I pledge my love and loyalty to my country, Sierra Leone. I vow to serve her faithfully at all times. I promise to defend her, honor her good name, always work for her unity, peace, freedom, and prosperity. And put her interests above all else. So help me God, so help me God.
All right, go ahead. I think I missed that one.
Indeed, we pledge with love and loyalty to our country, Sierra Leone. We forget the national anthem, but we get the pledge. It's all good. The pledge also suffice. Now we go inside the program proper. But before we introduce the first reader, I go make me other host Giwi the first session, line them up for me.
Okay, thank you very much, Matilda J. Cole. But I want to remind everybody here that, like we said before, this is a virtual protest that is organized by the Sierra Leone Diaspora Unity Campaign to complement the effort of the consortium that is made up of different political parties and not one political party. So I just want to set the record straight on that issue. And like my other host said, Matilda, we are coming to the first session. And the first session, we have the reading of the letter which will be presented to the international community alongside a report evidencing the atrocities committed by the ruling party. And also there will be a statement as well on governance, democratic rule, and human rights. Also, there will be a statement on the role of civil society and human rights. Also, there is another statement followed, peace and security, which is very paramount to our country and to Sierra Leoneans as a whole. Peace and security, and the speaker will also be looking at intimidation, illegal arrest, and freedom of expression. And followed by the diaspora, which will be also talking about the dual citizenship, as we can call to same. And we also get very, very important statements from the physically challenged, who are equally affected by what is going on currently in our country by the ruling party. But before these people speak, and before you hear them speak, let's take a look at what have been happening with regards to all what I have mentioned that the speaker will be talking about.
Government will hit hard, and it will continue to hit even harder. My government will hit hard, and it will continue to hit even harder until this fight is won.
Would they kill you if you there and die? Or would they block your foot and go spend house?
Mama, 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 wherever you dey, mama, 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 make you pray for me, because we don't tire, we don't tire for this oppression, that's why we dey ask for solution. Police can kill you also. Let's get on the war. Wherever you live,
Roland sings. Because we have sought to cover up past killings or evil, though it still persists, we have been powerless to check the new evil of today and give justice to whom justice is due. Evil unchecked grows. The killings of over 30 unharmed prisoners at the Pandemic prison in Freetown of Sierra Leone went unchecked. The killings at Pandemic prison unchecked grows from the killing in Tonkolimber and subsequent killings and police brutalities in Mile 91, Tombo, Lunsa, and McKinney in the form of serial killings. The violations of human rights unchecked grow. Evil tolerated poisons the whole system. The regular killings and human rights violations tolerated poison the whole system. The arbitrary arrests and detentions tolerated poison the whole system and undermined democracy and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And because we have tolerated our past and present evils, international affairs are poisoned and law and justice have disappeared from them. The robbery of McKinney's generated by armed military and police officers after midnight that led to the execution of several unharmed protesters must be uncovered and the perpetrators brought to justice now. Freedom requires a rule of law and justice and a judicial system in which the rights of some are not secured by the denial of rights to others. Where justice is denied, where the killing of unarmed civilians is enforced, where intimidation and tyranny prevail. Justice anywhere. He's a threat to justice everywhere. And where a tribe or region is made to feel that the government or security system is an organized conspiracy to oppress, rob, and kill them. Neither persons nor property will be saved.
Well, that was Matilda. You can take over from here. And as we can all see, that is just, to set the pace for our speaker as they will be talking or speaking about most of the atrocities that we see on this video and on the other footages. Thank you. Matilda, over to you.
At this point, I want to welcome to the floor Miss Christine Coker. We go read a letter we go be presented to we international family them alongside a report evidencing we go get boku bebe evidence them of the bad thing them or some of the bad thing them where they happen to the people them na SALONE. The reading of a letter which will be presented to the international community alongside a report evidencing atrocities committed by the ruling government will be read by Ms. Christine Coker. Ms. Christine Coker.
Where is Ms. Christine Coker? We need to identify.
Ms. Christy Coker, can you please raise your hand up with the raise hand sign? I just want you to bear with us. Like I said, we have almost 300 people right now on the Zoom, and it's a bit of a challenge getting our speakers. So just bear with us as we are trying to do so.
Who's trying to...
Miss Christine Coker, can you identify yourself, please?
I think she's waving.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Okay. On behalf of the people of Sierra Leone and the membership of the Sierra Leone diaspora, we take the unique opportunity to government and to thank you and your government organization for supporting the government and the people of Sierra Leone. Over the years, and in particular through this difficult time of the global pandemic of coronavirus, we are confident that your relationship with our country will be strengthened by the mutual desire of our people and your government organization to remain committed to promoting peace and stability, human rights, and economic development for our country. Since 2018, several members of the Sierra Leone diaspora have written so many letters to different governments and organizations, possibly including yours, raising concerns regarding the attack on democracy and serious the scale of corruption, human rights violations committed by government officials against the defenseless people of Sierra Leone. We note that some of you have already made calls and some even citizens, and some visited and held discussions with the Bio administration over citizens' concerns and the issues of the rule of law. You will recall that in the first year, the Bio administration superintended over the most chaotic and crime-laden period since the end of the Civil War, and he appeared to have either lost control of the country or negligency indifference to the plights of citizens. His administration imposed an unelected Speaker of Parliament and a Deputy Speaker, and in 2019, 10 elected parliamentarians of the main opposition party were removed from their seats and were substituted with unelected members of the ruling party. The situation worsened in 2020 at the time when the world was not watching, due principally to the unprecedented challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. And while the country was locked down in unprecedented one-year state of public emergency, some of those letters were circulated to the public media, and some of these letters were circulated to public media, and they came to the attention of the government, but they impacted little on the administration. Those correspondences were in summary complaints about the destruction of democracy, corruption, and the complaints about the destruction of corruption in the government of President Julius Maada Bio. Gross abuse of power by the president, the killing of huge numbers of civilians, burials and mass graves around the country, as well as violence against the imprisonment of members of opposition political parties. They are televised reporters of members of government who attacked polling stations, destroying ballot boxes, and throwing elections officials out of stations, thereby canceling by-elections, which the governing party was sure to lose. We note that apart from these complaints, government operatives in police or military uniforms attacked and killed civilians in different parts of the country, sometimes during by-elections. The highlight of these atrocious incidents was the attack of the main correctional facility in Freetown by a member of the Presidential Guard, seen on live television, firing into the prison yard, killing defenseless prisoners whose numbers have yet to be ascertained, although independent sources estimate that it could be over 50 people killed and tens of others wounded. The Bio administration has not investigated anybody for these crimes. Despite the failure of policies of the Bio administration in tackling massive corruption within its ranks and in creation a peaceful atmosphere for citizens, the administration continues to suppress free speech, imprison opposition politicians, and murder citizens with impunity. The recent uncontroverted reports that the president and his wife have personally been taking millions of US dollars public money from the national treasury creates even further public concern for a country which is 71% reliant on foreign debt or grants this year, according to the World Bank. We, the members of the Sierra Leone diaspora, have resolved to engage members of the international community, including your government organization, over the concerns of the majority of Sierra Leoneans at home who have been depressed and deprived of their right to public protest and to call for changes. We believe that our platform of diaspora members can make a significant impact in getting out of the message of suffering and depression of the people of Sierra Leone to you. We are aware about independent reporting that the government of President Bio is also engaged in bribery and paying huge sums of money to foreign public relations companies to represent the administration in a bid to launder this imagery internationally. We are terrified about what is happening in our country these days, and this effort is intended to get our attention, to intervene, and to stop a reoccurrence of civil conflict altogether. We urge Your Excellency to also look into these matters, conduct your independent investigations, and help to save our country's democracy, as well as help us help us, the citizens, to hold our leaders accountable. We are further convinced that if nothing is done, the current administration will inflict more harm, hardship on the people, especially as President. We are further convinced that if nothing is done, the current administration will inflict more harm and hardship. The current administration will inflict more harm and hardship on the people, especially as presidential and general elections are getting close. This is because folks at home are being silenced, and most state and private institutions are being politicized in order to silence them also. We cannot over-empathize the depression at home as show of solidarity with our folks at home who for many times have unsuccessfully tired to state protests. We, the Sierra Leone diaspora, have planned a huge online Save Sierra Leone protest against the Bio administration this month. We are sure that our members in other countries in Africa, United States, Australia, Europe, Asia will converge on the 19th to send a message to the world and you Sierra Leone development partners that things have to change in Freetown. We can no longer be silent in this abyss. With this letter, we will send you a summary report with a list of well-documented human rights and constitutional violations of the Bio administration and request your support to liberate our struggling people. We believe it is manifest that President Bio is only concerned about what you members of the international community put out in relation to his government. He has been watching on while incidents were happening, and he set the police and the army against civilians. The chaos is troubling. We are not expecting a foreign invasion of the country, but we are convinced that unless the situation is put under sufficient control, it will be difficult to dismiss the possibility of internal strife sooner rather than later. Should this eventually occur, it will lead to a reversal of all gains each one of you and your country has made through these years. We do not want that to happen, but we need to emphasize that the Sierra Leones are eager to once again enjoy their fundamental right and liberty without fear of a politician. Thank you, Your Excellency, as we look forward to working with you on these issues and providing other information of evidential value. Please accept the assurance of our gratitude for your role. Yours faithfully. That's it.
Thank you very much, Miss Christine Coker. Now I will pass on to me other host. We go take the floor from here.
All right, thank you very much, Matilda. As you've just heard from a young lady, the letter that will be presented to the international community for all those who have been following the issues in Sierra Leone. It is well put together, and like we said, the video that has been played also speak volume. So we're going to move on quickly to the other speaker that will be talking on governance, democratic rule, and human rights, Mr. Karim Ba. If Mr. Karim Ba, if you are on the Zoom,
yeah,
can you please raise your hand?
His answer up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I was on mute. Okay, I'm here. Good evening, everyone. Good afternoon, somewhere else. Good morning to everybody. I think to say this is a very historic gathering, and I think to say very timely because of so many reasons, including the fact that we did a global movement of protest, of change. I think today on June 19, and we brought out away the America, we gonna say for the first time in the history of America, they don't recognize this day also for celebrate the people that we suffered during slavery, we now people there as well. So we get for make all the linkages and also because we are part of all this global movement for change in our society. And also important because we're in a period of flux in our salon, a situation outside we can either move forward in progress or we get stuck in this quagmire in this situation of endless undemocratic rule, brutality, violence, poverty, lack of basic services, and the rest. So it is really an honor for me for the also and for me to ask me for talk on governance, human rights, and also before I talk much, make I just emphasize say this is not about any political party. This is not against SLPP or this is not for APC. This is for the people of Sierra Leone, for the progress we want to see, for picking them tomorrow, and which we want for left for the next generation, because we own generation are going to go so. But for 60 years, we don't get much for sure. So we to get for sure for picking them Bambai. So having said that, make I just go straight to waiting I want for say in the, for say number one, the most important thing for say is that we are citizens. We are not slaves. We are not subjects. It is very, very important for underline that we are citizens, first and foremost. And when you are a citizen, as opposed to a subject, it comes with fundamental rights. It comes with inalienable rights where somebody not for take from you. And that is exactly what we are talking about today. It's about governance and the kind of government and the kind of system we want for serve we as citizens. And but unfortunately, the one that we doesn't have power since independence, not really understand say then they have power or then they govern we for serve the citizens. Because in their mindset, they really think to say we are not citizens, that we are just subjects. We are just subjects to be ruled, to be trampled upon, and for for obey. There's no such thing for obey in serious democracy and citizenship. It's a dialogue between those in power and the one that we not in power. Because not only that, society will progress. No one group of people, no one set of people gets all the wisdom for take the society to also one, like collective efforts. But it seems that the people that we don't the kind of power, successive governments since independence, not understand this fact. And we see say it just to get worse and worse. And with this government, I think say this government, more than any other civilian government in history, is so entrenched with this idea of violence, with this idea of is either us or not, this idea of brutality, this idea of you have to accept waiting we give on or we brutalize you, we get your way out, which is wrong. You know, go born good be king, and it will only lead to more violence and destruction of the society. So the most important thing in our society is for me we understand that fact. They say we are citizens, and we are citizens mean to say we get right, forget a say, and for craft the kind of society we want. It's not for more just democracy, not for just for go vote, there was don't full and full foot. No, we get a right for demand the things that we want. We get the right for express ourselves if we're not happy with what the government they do, and we get a right for provide an alternative idea, an alternative solution to what the government they do. So that is exactly why we are here, to organize ourselves and for make a good voice and for make we able for shape up the future we want for ourselves and for picking them grand picking the way for come after we. So it is very important. And in the age of virtual protest, in the age of internet and digital media, it is also important that we are part of this digital age where we want for use for debates and also for shape the future. Particularly so when the ruling elites within our power, nor they allow we for exercise their fundamental rights in any democratic society. The right to peaceful protest is fundamental. Nobody not forget right for take away that right day from we. We see say even in countries like America during the height of the corona, people went out and expressed their views, they organized themselves against police brutality after the killings of Black people, especially George Floyd. So in that same vein, we not to a lesser human beings as SALONE people, no, we not to an inferior or lower caste human beings them to other human beings in the world where they enjoy their rights today. So the first thing we want as citizens, now forget the right for organize yourself, forget the right for talk, forget the right, all the basic fundamental human rights then, within our constitution and within our global human rights standards the way everybody in the world they practice. So it is against that background that we then also today for assert that we write today and for say democracy now the rule of the people. That means we get a right for have a say, we get a right for shape the future of this country. And since independence, we see say the level of violence and brutality against civilians, against ordinary people, is just intensified. And we, in the 90s, within our university, one of the things that we were fought for, now for me to get democracy. We say we were opposed to one-party rule of APC, we were opposed to military dictatorship of NPRC, where, of course, President Bio was part of that junta. And we see say under the FRC junta, we see say under various rebel connections and affiliations with military regimes, we risk our life as young people, and then for say no, we don't want to live under this kind of society of fear. We don't want to live in a society who not get a say about the kind of political system where they govern me or who that they govern me. That's why we fought. We know say August 18, 1997. We were very young then. We organized ourselves and protested against the military dictatorship, the military rule of Johnny Paul Kuroma, not so because we were diehard supporters of Ahmed Tijan Kaba or SLPP, but because we believe we want to live in a society whose we get a say, whose with dignity, with freedom, with basic fundamental freedoms is accepted. But unfortunately, the people in way don't risk their life, we don't put themselves in danger for make we get this kind of democracy today. We are not benefiting from the fruits of those democracy. Only the few people that really around power and they benefit, and they get the dividends, and they enjoy transport because they give them free motor car, free fuel, free housing. The ordinary people, they don't get their basic services today, where everybody is supposed to forget. Apart from electricity and water, we get right for get decent living conditions, for living a decent hostel, for get decent street them, for get decent public transportation, for me to begin and go to a decent school away, the classroom, they're not overcrowded, hot and dark, and also basic learning materials and all that. So these are the dignity that we fight for as citizens when we fight for democracy and good governance. Because now within democracy and good governance, now we're able to advocate for all the rights that we deserve. But unfortunately, this government don't fail for protect the rights as citizens for protest, and they don't fail for providing services then for we. Corruption is skyrocketing. The government, especially the president and in web, they use the state resources as their personal property. Go talk, say, and they go on official visits where forgive and just a leeway for take people then with country resources and go spend upon themselves and keep some and loot. This is really blatant daytime robbery and looting of the state treasury for the benefits of few people. So this now we write for organize yourself, for campaign, for demand what you want. Now we write for doing virtually like what they do. So now we write for also protest on the ground. But we know say since this government came apart for the past 2 years, I believe for say this government don't kill more people than any other civilian government in history in a space of 2 or 3 years. In space of 2 years, the killing start na Tonko Limba, you go on at Tumbo, you go on at Lonsai, then they kill people in Apademba Road, massacre people them on April 29. last year. Then now they also go kill people in Makeni and wound people. And I just read say the people that they protest in Makeni, the one that where they not kill, where they arrest, they are still in prison. They don't go through trials. They are still there, languishing in jail. I mean, what kind of country is this? You know, we are talking about democracy. We say we're in a democracy, and people are not going to protest. And when they protest, then they kill them or they arrest them and go jail them using colonial, draconian laws. Come on. So these are the things that we have to fight against. These are the things we have to organize against. It's no longer organizing for this party against this other party. Now is the time as citizens, we need to organize around the issues then, around the dignity, around the progress of the society. Things like better healthcare. People are dying every day in this society. Healthcare are rights. Food are rights. Life are rights, fundamental rights. So we not get right to life because they kill people at 50% whenever they go out for exercise the right to protest. If you not die per protest, you go die of hunger. If you not die of hunger, you go die of curable diseases. Look what they happen. The other day, doctor died. The other day, picking and they died because oxygen go off. We like go. You know, this is a violation of people's rights. Generator for set up one generator on the hospital, let me know, will cost me more than $50,000 or $100,000 for one generator. Yet the president is spending money there on DSA, on useless trips there abroad, some of which on private visits, some of which on so-called honeymoon visits, which I then go spend over $1 million according to African Express investigation. So instead of addressing the people their needs, providing services, ensuring that people are not dying in our hospital of you know, how somebody calling them death by blackouts. You know, so if you not die by gunshots or protest, you go die of hunger and starvation, or picking and die of blackouts. Not to just picking it. Even Connaught Hospital, they say 9 people then died recently at Connaught Hospital because of blackouts. You know, so we tire for accept this kind of thing in our society. We tire for continue for live with this kind of dignity. Outside security, you know, the only security within are for the people within a power, the people that get big posts, people that get big position. If some things, if man go to them or anybody want to go harm them, they will call police. Police will go there in less than 5 minutes or 10 minutes. If we, the ordinary citizens, somebody attack me now because we call police, they no will come. Who's kind of police force around it? A police force that is there to just serve those in power. You know, Dana Fotel say we know to citizens, we not get right. The same right where the minister get, the same right where the president get, we self get that right there for enjoy their rights today, for enjoy their services today. But unfortunately, the people that are in power, they don't take the state as the personal avenue, the personal way for enrich themselves. The state is an appendage of their own personal, you know, needs rather than forgo the power for serve people. We just yesterday or so, or day before yesterday, Kenneth Kaunda, one-time president of Zambia, died. We all know how he sacrificed in people. And we all know, saying one of the leaders that went on take country money and flop in pockets. You know, same with other leaders, Nyerere, Tanzania, you know, in Nkrumah and Ghana. A lot of all these leaders, they gain a power for serve. And that they can't see anyone. People that really kind of power for serve them people, them, not for come, for full up their pockets, or for go enjoy honeymoon in Lebanon, take $1 million, waste the people and resources while picking in the Dina hospital. So just for round up, we cannot take too much of the time now to say that we as citizens, we get right for organize ourselves. What should they organize ourselves for? For Save Salone. Save Salone from what? From poverty, from hunger, from malnutrition. The amount of people that die of malnutrition at Salone is enormous. A recent report where World Food Program, WFP, released is that hunger don't increase in the country severely. People are dying of hunger and malnutrition. You know, poverty. We, as a society, we get all the resources for make people live a decent life. But poverty, lack of food, injustice, police brutality, indignity, with transport system, you go to them, put them, go on for, they leave us. Go there, you feel to say you're not a human being. You feel to say you're not goats or you're not cow or dogs because we didn't pack. No, human beings are not supposed for pack. So we deserve dignified living, dignified transport, dignified housing, dignified healthcare, and dignified living for everybody in the country. So we want a future, a bright future for the country, for Pikine where they come, we get for first day. And we get for first day by organizing in a very non-violent way. We serve as citizens for organize ourselves and protest. And it is possible for me to achieve them so in a short time, but we'll get for prepare for the long haul. So in sum, I will conclude by calling on the organizers and me in a part of the national conversation on SALONE future for make we organize ourselves and begin for demand certain things there for people. And beginning the right to protest, the right to free speech, and the right to justice in the court. And one way we can do that, who are waiting at the diaspora, who not get this freedom for protest, who not get this freedom for organizing ourselves. Any side, any big government official like this administration go to the world, to America, to England, anywhere in the world, for organizing ourselves physically for protest against these people because they deny you of a fundamental right, they kill people there without any justice, and we don't get no justice now we land at all. So Agolefana, so thank you very much for inviting me.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Karim, for that extensive, speech and referencing certain issues with regards to governance, with regards to health, with regards to electricity that you mentioned. They are a fundamental human right. Over to you, Matilda. Technical team, can you please unmute Matilda?
Thank you very much, Mr. Karim. But because of time and all the different side way this program they be broadcast, I will ask each of we speakers them for be a bit mindful of the time, even as then they speak. Let me know, for be mindful to the time allotments them so that we not go on extremely over the time for especially the one the way they broadcast in other parts of the world and different provinces in Sierra Leone and whatnot. I thank you very much for all of your cooperation. Now, moving forward, I want to introduce the speakers them where they talk on the role of the civil society and human rights. Mr. Thomas Mokonte and Mr. Marcos Bangos Albangos. So if una can put una hand them up so that we can able to recognize una and project una through, that will be great. Mr. Thomas Mokonte.
Hello.
Mr. Marcos Bangos Albangos.
Mr. Marcos Albangos not around right now because of unavoidable circumstances.
That is good.
So he asked me for convey in apology.
That is good. Can you please go ahead?
Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
Just go ahead.
We are listening.
All right, let me start firstly by thanking and appreciating the organizers of this initiative, which we consider the crossroads. We get a lot of challenges, and people will not get the opportunity there. So they look up to we get the exposure and the necessary resources or contacts for able to undertake some of them kind of activities here or programs here on their behalf. So I want to thank you profusely. Then, of course, invite me for talk on civil society and the state of human rights in Sierra Leone. As a civil society activist, we don't at the center of governance at the country. I want to say, since this current administration take over, I have been one of the vocal and very, very much consistent civil society activists we don't follow the government activities and programs religiously. I want to say we have a lot of challenges, even from the civil society point of view. We live in a state where a lot of people get into the civil society not because of passion for promote, protect, and maintain the well-being of the citizenry, but for personal gains. And because of that, we say the civil society space does suffer serious attack by powerful people in different forms. Some they carry with resources for actually buy some of the colleagues over. Some they carry with violence for intimidate and try for silence some of the colleagues. Some they use different methods then for make sure say you're not able to practice your civil society activism in a manner that is actually befitting of a real civil society activist. But in the midst of all of that, we don't stay the cause. Some of we don't go jail, we don't go prison because of civil society activism under this administration. We have been vilified, we have been attacked, we have been called names and what have you, but that's not the issue. The issue is we remain committed to promote and uphold the welfare of citizens of this country. Now, going to the issue of human rights, the state of human rights in the country, I must say that when government take over, initially, as we always can get the case, we always get the afaf can take place in different areas between political parties overzealous supporters. That happened where we see a lot of people begin for displaced. Some people again for lost their houses, they burned some houses, some people lost their lives. We get one case of people who run away from Kono to Masimbi because they were being attacked. We get people we get calls for lost their houses, they burned their houses inside Kailahu, all of them things today. But we see say in the midst of all of that, at that incipient stage, governments not able to take tough actions for able to protect the rights of people, especially the vulnerable people, we will get this kind of attacks. That is one side where as civil society activists, we became very, very much concerned and disappointed from the outset. Moving forward, we see situations wherein people, they lost their lives on account of police or military or security forces high-handedness. We get the case now Makeni, we get the case now Tumbo, we get the case now Pademba Road Prison, we get the case now Mile 91, Matimbo Village, where they kill people and that nothing has come out of it. All of the issues here so now issues that we don't follow as civil rights activists. And because of the tense atmosphere, because of the consistent perpetration of human rights abuses, where they take place and there is no system in place for actually seek redress, where you will get redress in the real sense of the word. We don't say it don't get attendant effect on even the living conditions of the people today. The living conditions of the people today don't become poorer than it was years ago. Today, we get a country where most of the investors not feel safe for investing in Sierra Leone because we have a very toxic environment that is prone to violence at any point in time. We have an environment where governments can just wake up in the morning and then seize license of people that have established multilateral companies. We have a government where an environment where the business community is being overburdened with taxes. And waiting at the effect of that, you have a lot of businesses don't pull out, like the SALONE bottle company. There is evidence of that. They pull out because they say there was some kind of they ask them for too much taxes. We see say even the SL mining will be they operating in this country. We get calls for take government to court on account of some kind of unlawful decision where government take. And several other businesses where they employ a lot of Sierra Leoneans and where they also make them be able to help their families. All of them things has to get a lot of strings attached to human rights. Because the right to life, the right to live a dignified life is a right that is, of course, that should be guaranteed by the state. But when the environment is so toxic, volatile, we get with society, we get the people who continue for live in squalor, whilst the one that will get power and the resources, they continue for live in opulence. That is the state we have today in Sierra Leone. We are in 3 years down the line of this current administration. We have the gap between the haves and the have-not widened so exponentially. We get the living conditions of the people deteriorate by the day. The price of foodstuff and other things, they don't go up astronomically. We have people dying of curable diseases. We have the rate of corruption skyrocketing at a very breakneck speed. These are people who come in governance and actually assure this country and international community that we are going to fight corruption. But what we have seen, with all the assurances that they were going to close loopholes, we have had drainages being opened. Not least, we get even cases of the first lady that has been, they have accused the first lady of grand corruption. Not even the president himself has actually been accused of grand corruption in this country. All of them things here, so they lead to the poor state of affairs. We make people continue for live in squalor. People they continue for suffer. The poor man, they become hungrier as the day they go. And as human rights activists, we don't always say that what we are doing is we are doing a work of God. It's like we are called to do so. Now, like when a pastor or imam get the calling for doing work, irrespective of the intimidations, irrespective of the harassment, vilifications, name callings, we will not stop. We are very much desirous to have a government that is very much sensitive to the wishes and aspirations of its citizenry, wherein everybody will benefit from the national cake, and the country will be a country where free, wherein the rights of people will be respected, and that we will have the rule of law being respected in the real sense of the word, wherein people will go to court and get their rights and be assured, wherein the judiciary will not be used as a tool to undermine the rights of people that have dissenting views in the country. So as civil rights activists, we are very much happy that this program, they will organize this program. And now that we not get the opportunity in this country for undertake protest, because at one point in time, me undertake protest, my organization, Citizens Advocacy Network, undertake protest on behalf of over 1,000 students that were deprived of education by government as a result of one granting anyway the past government give their students and what this government can say, no, continue the granting. These 1,000 students, we are just moving around the streets, despondent. They approach citizens' rights and engage this government. Severally, they're not listening. We decided to go on a protest. That protest, they come up bad. Students were mercilessly beaten. Some of them had to actually lose consciousness. I was arrested together with over 50 students, locked up at the Criminal Investigations Department for over 48 hours, and eventually charged to court on frivolous charges. And when we went to court, I was acquitted and discharged with no cost for all the embarrassment and all the inconveniences that they heaped on me. All of that was geared towards actually undermining, suffocating, and discouraging the rights where we get as citizens of a protest. And that is why at the opportunity for talk on the issues where they affect the common man of this country, we will seize them and we will make very good use of them. So we are very happy on behalf of civil society colleagues. I want to say we're thankful that we take this initiative. We always open up for discuss the issues as they are whenever we are contacted, whenever we are needed. Now I want to congratulate you and I would say that we continue for hold the fort because people depend on us so much for able to extricate them from the bondage of maladministration, human rights abuses, poverty, and of course a lot of other vices that is at the state. So I thank you once more, and may God bless us all as a country.
So thank you very much, Mr. Thomas Mokonte, for outlining all of them here. So I will pass them to my co-host Rachel. make introduce the next speaker. There has been a slight change in the formation of the speaker for this particular segment. Please bear with us due to an emergency. We need to introduce the next speaker so that it will lay in concerns on behalf of the woman them Nadigon. Rachel, go ahead.
Yes, like you rightly said, I'm kindly apologizing to the next speaker as Franca, where they were talking about the women issues, had an emergency or have an emergency, and she needs to attend to that. So that is why we are bringing, Franca right now to speak on women issues, which is gender equality, equity, and women's rights. So over to you, Franca. We'll give you the floor, and you can quickly make your statement. Thank you. Can you please unmute Franca? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so very much. Thank you for accommodating me. I get to forgo another occasion with them. I get to go speak out, but as a Sierra Leonean, first and foremost, it is my duty to be here today and definitely advocate for we company woman them now Sierra Leone and for just lend me voice and make sure say their issues are also heard when it comes to this part of our lives. So good afternoon once more, everyone. My name is Franca Kalako Jallo, and me are the founder of the Concerned Sierra Leonean Women in the Diaspora. We're a non-profit organization that we're comprised of about 30 influential Sierra Leonean women leaders based on the diaspora. We motto and we mission now for speak up for the oppressed and voiceless Sierra Leonean. In addition to that, we're an immigration legal service provider, American Naya. And I'm also a commissioner for the city of Greensboro, and I divide for the position for city council representative, now North Carolina, Yawusade. We take the time today for because we care about Sierra Leone. We are Sierra Leoneans first and foremost, and at the end of the day, Sierra Leone is our home. So we, the concerned Sierra Leonean women in the diaspora, we stand in solidarity with my brothers and sisters then at this virtual protest for talk about particular issues then today where they adversely affect we as women them and picking them at that country. Day. Sierra Leone gets beaucoup issue then regarding forms of abuse, various forms of abuse, which include domestic violence, sexual assault, rape of the elderly, adults, minors, also marital rape, school-related sexual abuse, and most importantly, the stifling of our women and youth voices when it comes to Sierra Leone's political arena. The voices of the Sierra Leone sisters there, the woman them, is often ignored. Then, also what they try for debate and talk about certain issues, the way they affect we own sexual health and reproductive system, we are often ignored in that part as well. And we realize, say, the current administration, they're reluctant and then they resist the woman them in so many senses them, and then they make it so difficult for make we advance and contribute like how everybody knows a woman and they contribute to the SALONE and around the world. Women in SALONE have about 50% of the population. We are more than 50% of the population in Sierra Leone, but yet still we occupy less than 20% of elected positions in Sierra Leone. We voice with visibility, with participation, with representation in elective and appointment positions remain very low compared to male counterparts there. The SLPP government, they woefully fail for empower women and with children, which are the core part of their manifesto and the MDTP report, where they show, say, which was shown on the World Women Peace and Security Index. Sorry, I write in English, but I try for definitely talk in Salone because this is a Sierra Leone program, and we definitely get for use with mother tongue then. So on the World Women Peace and Security Index, it shows, say, the SLPP government, they fail we, and that is a huge problem. That is something we should not sit back and take lightly. Under the SLPP government, we nation deteriorates drastically. 16 places right now in 3 years with all kinds of powers, from 137 in 2017 to 153. We don't deteriorate. And it's very important for say the WPS system they reflect on the World Women Peace and Security Index. We're looking into inclusion, justice and security when it comes to women's issues. Under the SLPP Power government, the manifesto shows say on page 138 to 136 to 138, the new direction we promise for take care and empower women, then they fail for do so. 1 in 12 children still they die before their first birthdays. And the lifetime risk for women that will die from complications of pregnancy and childbirth is 1 in 8. Typically in West Africa, a newborn child would need for visit a healthcare facility at least 3 times. But currently in Sierra Leone, this happens 0.5 times for a newborn for going to hospital for even go get checked. In Sierra Leone, women and girls face discrimination in the politics, in economic sectors, in social sectors, in cultural and civic justice domains. We experience so many issues, and we don't see, say, even with the Auditor General, Lara Taylor Pierce, and with the Mayor, Yvonne Akisoya, we have seen that they are going through the stifling of their voices and all kinds of discrimination, despite the good work where they do in the country. Over 66% of women, they don't get education. And the administration promised free education. And then when the way they go to school right now, they don't get quality education. That's an issue. 23% of women, them aged 15 to 19, are married or in a union. They are subjected to domestic violence and violent abuse and all kinds of issues. Where they see them on social media, where they see them, they make audio there. Then they cry to the First Lady, Madam Fatima Bio. Then they cry to everybody for say, dear, we need help. Where they go through so many issues, them even in a marriage, but yet still their voices are not being heard. And we all know, say, the First Lady in mantra in United Nations campaign slogan is hands off our girls. But yet still we see the Boku pregnancies, the way they go on, we see the abuses of women in terms of in their marriage, domestic violence, out of it, in terms of the whole system. And furthermore, then they ship with girls they're off. Now them Middle Eastern countries, them, when they go, they're subjected to all forms of abuse and torture as slaves in this day and age. That is a huge concern for all of us as women from Sierra Leone. According to the most recent demographic health survey, 21% of girls in Sierra Leone, they are pregnant or have given birth before the age of 19. Until today, girls are being forced to drop out of school because they're not able to reach their full potential. They're not care, but they don't get the resources and the programs that are needed to keep them in school and grow and thrive in the society in our country. And we know, say, with First Lady, they pride themselves for safe hands of our girls. So we need her to do better for our girls, for our women in Sierra Leone. Women, them, and Pekin and Sierra Leone, they are vital contributors to our nation's development. Even at the farm, them, there's reports showing that about 60% of farm labor or food production comes from women. It stems from women. However, we really need to empower women and children and for reach that full capacity and liberate them from violence and inequality and train our women to be to have a voice and for also take an interest in choices that will go influence the home and reinforce with sexual orientation and abuses the way they go on at SALONE. Sierra Leone needs a female president or vice president. It's about time for SALONE women then for take them place rightfully na SALONE. We ask for the government for give we a chance. At this time, and for over 60 years, man they don't lead. We grateful for see waiting the man that they do na SALONE. We don't grateful for see say, the man they don't try them very, very best. But at this time, encourage women them, empower women them, support women them. With they see say different countries and where women leaders then they contribute and then they make sure say the country they develop. In over 60 years, wait till we get for show for na SALONE right now. So me, they advocate for any woman we want stand for be a vice president or even a president. I'll take any leadership position in a SALONE. Please feel free to do so and make we not put them down and discourage women for make we stand up and reach with full potential at SALONE, because the only way we go better now if we put the woman in before. If we put them before, we you know, women, as all man know, we na mama, we na sister them, we na picking them, and we take care of household in so many ways them for make sure say everything runs smoothly. And I fully believe that in our government system, the women then they will take charge and make sure say things will change for the better in Sierra Leone. Before I close, you know, I just want to definitely tell the people and thank you for giving us the opportunity for hearing from the concerned Sierra Leonean women in the diaspora. I see a lot of members and they're on the Zoom right now. And, you know, I want to thank the organizers them. And I also want to say that this protest was absolutely necessary. We get for giving voice for SALONE. We get for show the international community that our people matter. If we're not able to do so in Sierra Leone, then we should be able to do so from where we're safe. This is a safe space and a safe zone for us, for make we raise our voice and say, yes, we want better. Our human rights needs to be respected, and the abuse system for women, we picking them with man, we everybody, regardless of our political affiliations, our religious and so on, religious views, then we get for respect people them in their various diverse roles that we play. So on that note, I want to say thank you to everyone once more. And, you know, thank you so much for putting up this wonderful program. Have a good day.
Okay, that's the wonderful voice of Madam Franca Kaloko Jallow. You know, before, I know, you know, we are running out of time, but you know, when a woman speaks, the whole world is quiet. When a woman speaks, everybody pays attention. Franca, the world is feeling you. Sierra Leoneans are feeling you because you spoke from your heart. And these are the realities of what we as women face in Sierra Leone. And I like the part that you said, women should stand up. After 60 years or 60 years of independence, nothing to show for. We have given the men opportunity for 60 years. It is about time that women should stand up and support each other. Let us stand up. We have competent women. We have solid women in Sierra Leone, in different political parties, regardless, SLPP, APC, UP, whichever, that can change Sierra Leone, that can build back better in Sierra Leone. So Franca, I said thank you very much for your kind words, and you spoke for the women of Sierra Leone, and you spoke from your heart. Over to you, Matilda.
Okay, so we want to tell Franca thank you. He said the man them don't try, but them don't reach for make the man them give the woman them chance for make themselves see waiting the woman them able do. So at this time, we're not going to waste them. We want to call on the Mr. Max Koroma, for make a talk on
I think so.
a talk on the diaspora dual citizenship. Mr. Max Koroma, talk on the diaspora dual citizenship. Mr. Max Koroma, can you put your hands up, please? Max Koroma.
While we are looking for Mr. Max Koroma, we might as well move on to the next speaker to save time if he is ready.
Okay, if Mr. Max Koroma is not here, then let's go to the physically challenged. Mr. Sulai Kalon. Mr. Sulai Kalon. Mr. Sulai Kalon.
I think we have Mr. Okay.
Hello, me Pamudem. Mena Sule Kalon, the president for Disability Inclusive Agribusiness Initiative, and also the chairman for Empower the Disabled Foundation. First of all, today at the 18th of June 2021. The maker in Creole and also other issues and the way I will explain in English because I want also the international body for catch up with him with the undergo and this country called Sierra Leone. First of all, we are physically challenged. Issues and the way the government they do for disabled people, we right. There are issues with them promise for doing. We're up to then 3 years, we go to 4 years now, they're not doing it. And we also now part of, we don't get a meeting now, so a few disabled chairmen, and we don't buy that we are part of the protest, the Zoom protest, and then we also, as a citizen of this country, with the third international body that things and the way the government they do, we're not right, and we are saying this because we are physically challenged, and as a physically challenged, I hope say if there is any problem in our country like war, we are facing a lot of challenges and we will suffer the most. So as I say, there are certain issues, First of all, make I tell the world say the disability population, the estimate is about 77,000 nationwide, when I included the blind, the deaf, amputees, and the polio victim. This government will bring a strategic objectives and way if we say they do, where they do it, because if we talk about comprehensive review and implementation of policy and law relating to disability, especially effort to make public facilities disability friendly, the free healthcare and for the free healthcare and also the livelihood supports, which all these things we know this year. Then talk about the free healthcare. The free healthcare for disabled person, as I know, is about the most medicine that a disabled man need in his life is getting a wheelchair and a crutches. These are the medicine I hope disabled person can let forget, because now the medicine is, if you don't get them, you cannot go anywhere. If you don't have crutches and wheelchair, you cannot move. And all these things are very much difficult for us to get in our country, because as of now, this wheelchair and crutches, people are selling it, people are making it as a business. The government is not providing these things for us, because if you look at the prices of these things they sell in shops, is about 500,000 Leone, where they sell one of these crutches, one pair of crutches, and the wheelchair is about 500 or 700,000 Leone. And then if a disabled man not get a wheelchair, not get the crutches, how will they move? Which side they go? Let us see as this thing. Which side this disabled man can move and go if you don't get this thing? I think this is not the most medicine what government for provide, but government, they look at these things. Government, they make the disabled people, they suffer the most. All the things they need disabled people at the time is when they say election. There are a lot of things with this government on top where they don't ever do. The cost of living, the condition of living for persons with disability. If you go around the street of Freetown, you see a lot of disabled begging on the street. Some of them are sleeping around the street of Freetown. You go to Wilberforce Street, you see them. You go to Country Tree area, you see them. All these things they go down well with you. So and that means we all join hand, for this protest, because the thing is, this government, one thing, light facility is very, very much poor than the previous government. You see, everything they get back to worst, everything they go out of hand. The condition of living for persons with disability is very much difficult for us to live. For a disabled to have, even to get what they call 10,000 euro for a day is difficult. You know, now they don't bring safety net when they try for give money out to disabled people around the country. And if you look at this money when they give, you look at when they begin this money, they begin discriminate, you know.
Okay, that was Mr. Sule Kalon speaking on behalf of the physically challenged. We are moving to, I want to apologize to the speaker that was supposed to speak based on, you know, certain situation. So we are moving again according to the program. And the next speaker will be talking on peace and security, intimidation, illegal arrest, and freedom of expression. Over to you, Mr. Amadou Koita. Mr. Amadou Koita, can you please raise your hands up so we can identify you in the Zoom?
Mr. Koita with the technos back. As we wait to get him on. Okay, he's here. Unmute yourself.
This is the things I do. Yes, for me country, green, white, and blue. I know say the bell of them over and down no go party. Go don't bother that. You know we on the real welcome together as one. For we country flag, I go die for me country flag. Oh nana, if they say what I eat, then go up and Paris, you go one of them. If they say what we score, then go disallow the goal, you go one of them. Now who that them? Now the bell of them. Who are the bell of them? You go one of them. Hey Lord, if they say what I can, then go disturb with peace, you go one of them.
Do we have Mr. Koita ready? Mr. Amadou Koita.
This is the moon, lo lo lo, Papa, this is the moon, lo lo lo, Mama, this is the moon, lo lo lo, Papa, this is the moon, lo lo, capital A, capital B, capital C, they want turn them to D. Within of them plan, they want good sabi. Within of them plan, they want good sabi. We no go ever retreat and we no go surrender. Holy Ghost fire, they make and they blunder. All them back.
Well, let's move on.
Is Mr. Koita around? If not, we can move on to the next session.
Can we have, if while we are waiting for Mr. Koita, can we just have Mr. Mamadou Stephen from Concerned Citizens Sierra Leone make a statement? Mr. Mamadou Stevens.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, hi. I just want to
and give my apologies because the president was meant to speak, but unfortunately, from Concerned Sierra Leoneans, he was called away at the 11th hour. So, as you said, my name is Mamadou Stevens. I'm the coordinator for Concerned Sierra Leoneans based in the United Kingdom. The statement I am about to read is titled Concerned Sierra Leoneans Global Address on the Intimidation, Unlawful Arrest, and High-Handedness of President Bio on Freedom of Speech. Fellow Sierra Leoneans and international partners, I greet you all in the spirit of unity, freedom, and justice. Concerned Sierra Leoneans is an organization that is legally resident in the United Kingdom. We are a non-political, non-governmental organization. It is in such capacity as ardent believers in democracy and as human rights activists that we acknowledge this virtual protest and tender our sincere appreciation to the organizers, Diaspora Unity Campaign, and the consortium of progressive political parties COP of this event concerning the alarming number of human rights violations being committed with impunity by the current Sierra Leone People's Party SLPP government in Sierra Leone. However, today marks a very somber chapter in the democratic dispensation of Sierra Leone when citizens have to resort to virtual protests to express their constitutional rights to protest under Chapter 3, the recognition and protection of fundamental human rights and freedoms of the individual, whereas every person in Sierra Leone is entitled to the fundamental human rights to protest. It is a clear manifestation that Sierra Leone under the ruling SLPP government of President Julius Maada Bio is undemocratic. We are alarmed by the spontaneous and sporadic human rights violations and the flagrant abuse of the law and the 1991 Constitution of Sierra Leone. We vehemently condemn the alarming rise and indiscriminate violence perpetrated by the security forces, the gross human rights violations predominantly on the people from the northern and western areas of Sierra Leone who are mainly aligned with the main opposition All People's Congress APC party, including the leader of the Alliance Democratic Party ADP, Mr. Mohamed Kamaremba Mansaray. Furthermore, we call on for the immediate release of all illegal detainees, including the 13 illegally detained protesters from Makeni in northern Sierra Leone, and demand a full independent public inquiry into the 5 murdered protesters in Makeni, the killings in Tombo, the killings in Mile 91, the killings in Lonsa, and the Pademba Road maximum prison massacre. Concerned Sierra Leoneans have observed the flagrant violations of the 1991 Constitution. Some of the never-ending constitutional violations follow. The blatant disregard of the constitutional order in Sierra Leone is continuing unabated. Here are a few of them. The blatant travel ban on former state officials without court orders is a blatant violation of Chapter 3 of the Sierra Leone Constitution, which recognizes and protects fundamental human rights to freedom of movement. The unconstitutional selection of the Speaker and Deputy Speaker went against the Section 78, Section 79 and 80 of the 1991 Constitution. The forceful removal of opposition members from the well of Parliament went against Section 98. The refusal to follow parliamentary procedures for the approval of presidential appointments contrary to Parliamentary Standing Orders 2006. The sacking of holders of tenured and protected offices go against Section 137. Currently, an opposition APC youth Michael Magba Mansaray has spent 48 days now in custody for absolutely no crime as a result of his video done on April 27, 2021, in which Mr. Mansaray expressed dissenting views critical of President Bio. The government, through the Sierra Leone police, used a law enacted in 2008, which specifically states it is only for criminal offenses involving dangerous drugs like cocaine and heroin. Mr. Mansaray was then wrongly and maliciously charged under the 2008 law. He was wrongfully and summarily found guilty of a non-existent crime of having 9 Panadol tablets, for which he has now been sentenced for 8 months in jail. Nelson Mandela once stated that to deny people their human rights is to challenge their very humanity. We therefore prevail upon the international community to do whatever is necessary to restore our democracy without delay, including prompt implementation of economic sanctions, travel ban, international arrest warrants, asset freeze of the First Lady and high-ranking government officials who have accrued wealth through corruption. That concludes my station of solidarity, but a full complementary compilation of our reports to the international community will be launched next month. I thank you all for being here, and I thank you for your time, and I thank you for listening. God bless Sierra Leone.
Unmute yourself, Rachel.
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much for that wonderful statement, Mr. Stevens. Of course, it is all clear what Mr. Steven, just said. It is very evident. It is very clear. It is something we see on social media. The videos are there and everything. So we want to thank you for laying emphasis on those issues. Matilda, what we have now, can we see if we have Mr. Amadou Koita to talk on peace and security?
Yes, go ahead. Let's see if he's been able to come back in. Mr. Koita, are you here? Can you raise your hand up? Can we see your hand?
Give him some time. He's trying to log in back. The connectivity.
Okay. Meanwhile, while we wait, not to waste time, can we cue in Mr. Gavin Cole? Mr. Gavin Cole, as we wait for Mr. Quater to log in. Mr. Gavin Cole.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gavin Cole, a former employee of Union Trust Bank, an example of gross human rights violation and political suppression. On the 9th of February 2021, I was sacked by the Union Trust Bank because of a comment and question asked to the First Lady about the legal use of funds at the office of the First Lady. The next day, I was called upon by the CEO. Without hearing my own point of view, he said I'm at war with the First Lady. I tried to explain, but with no avail. I was asked out of his office and immediately sacked. I am one out of thousands who since 2018 have been sacked from their respective office and livelihood because of political ideology, tribe, and region. Sierra Leone has become a place presently where you can't say your view without you being harassed, beaten, or imprisoned by the police force. As we all know, there are others who have had more severe experience than me, and during this program, they will share their experience. We all as Sierra Leone must come forward to say stop to this police brutality, injustice, and bad governance. I want to thank the organizer of this occasion for allowing us to share our story and making this program a success, that the international donors, international community can hear our story. Once more, thank you very much.
Okay, do we have Mr. Quater? Do we have Mr. Quater? Mr. Amadou Quater, do we have Mr. Amadou Quater? Mr. Amadou Quater, I see a galaxy and up. Is that Mr. Amadou Quater? Yes. Technical team, can you confirm?
Yes.
Okay. Rachel, can you introduce him, please?
Well, I think, like I said before, Mr. Amadou Quater will be talking on peace and security, intimidation, illegal arrest, and freedom of expression. So over to you, Mr. Amadou Quater.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, fellow Sierra Leoneans. It depends to the part of the world we did. As Mina Amadou Quater, Makalu, commonly called Comrade Quater, I want this opportunity for tell the organizers and thank you for at least for begin for Rudent here and the diaspora and bring in terms of people we moral grantors their attention to Sierra Leone, because at this point in time we need this one. When I normally always tell people and say Salone big pass to all, big pass any political party or any individual, any to do. If not good, we then enjoy our picking there, we can pick and we just say on board. If not bad, equally good the same. I want to talk on the peace and security, because always we talk so a gear to one sensitive thing winner security. If we not get security, we know they get investment. If we not get security, we know they get peace. Because security is the backbone of any nation development. You know, people in peace, if we know they fight war, we not get political war between political parties, they will not get interaction on that, we get peace. That is very wrong. It's wrong because with the crisis they develop, now process, they grow, and the thing they do, they aid them for level to that party. I can don't say naturally for now, Sierra Leoneans, if not 100%, but I can say some maybe 70 or 80%, not get peace within themselves, and you get so many reasons them we back to that, and we busy na threat to national security. People them where they sack their job because of their political party belief or because of their tribal belief, then they don't get peace of mind and a threat to national security. People will be say today, then they're afraid for even talk, na threat to security. I take on to the TRC report. We'll go to the TRC report. It always say the main cause of the 1991 civil war, where we fought 11 years, na police and the judiciary. There are different causes, but the main one they say the police and the judiciary. The two make we get one at Salone, 1991, 30 years ago. They say intimidation or lawful arrest and detention, tribalism, nepotism, and so many things. And we see the worst of and they happy now. In fact, since independence to date, under these 3 years plus Madam Buin regime, what you don't do, nobody not do in the history of Salone, even the AFRC, even the RAF beyond the rebel line, they nobody do that with that person now. Because now, within a Salone, no get war. But all Elman knows is a post-war country, meaning anything can happen back at any time. If we see America take we to level 3 in security, we also have security until level 3. In fact, they get colors. That's not the amber color and the WBC. From that point now, you go level 4 in the red. Level 3, now we don't know say anything can happen at any time. They don't get specific time, but something that happen at Salone at any time. And we all know this Salone, no, even at the out of Salone, no, because if people cannot travel to Salone because they feel say you don't oppose government, if people cannot travel to Salone because they feel say you belong to a set of tribal or political party, that tells you the level of insecurity in the country. But there is institutions that are responsible for that. One part is responsible for that now, ONS. ONS was built after the war. Their main functions and the job now to understand the problem, analyze them, and advise government appropriately. Say this thing, this action for continue to take them. In the future we'll get crisis, and this type of crisis, and then they do threat analysis. But the ONS, because of tribalism, nepotism, tribalizing the institutions. Remember, the 11th of May and the 14th of May, I pull a document of tribal appointment them. SALONE, for God's sake, if not 90%, but 85% of the job na public job them. The private sector are just 10% or 50%. So if you can sack people because of their political party belief, you can sack people because of that tribal line belief. What if it's happening? These are the people who go to tomorrow, then galvanize, then sit down and think, then get the same mind, then couch until who they expect. Maybe go past what happened in 1991. But these are the platform we all for come together, Sierra Leoneans. We put political party interest behind, we put tribal line interest behind, we put self-interest behind, we put the nation first. Because SALONE, a big part, each and every one of we have been a victim of intimidation, have been a victim of human rights abuse, have been a victim of unlawful arrest and detention, have been a victim because I expressed my view for defending Sierra Leone and one or even no way they use weapon power. Where I tell them, say, according to the rule, I'm an expertise in that field. I say this will not allow you for fire because the person will fire not commit any crime and up till date the person in jail. Look like Sylvia Blyden. Paulo Conte was unlawfully arrested and sentenced again unlawfully. Michael Masari in a prison job because he praised, say, now the former president or the former governor they make stadium or other things them. So if we are coming here as a Sierra Leoneans, we get for sincere to ourselves. What we want to achieve at the end of the day. Then if we not achieve nothing, then we'll put it again. But the bottom line is, if you know this SALONE, we all feel the same pain. Because if you know this SALONE, your mama this SALONE, papa this SALONE, auntie this SALONE, you must indirectly connected to Sierra Leone. So if something happen, every one of we, they feel like either you did or you know did. In fact, one day I was going to feel apart because one day the president say, "Una same for we." Think stronger right now. The insecurity in SALONE, lack of job, don't create a lot of insecurity in SALONE. They see, then they do broad daylight robbery. Then you see the killing don't intensify. Do I people know now? Do I what they see? All that they see in the media. Do I they do in a corner? When I need to know. At the time I say the too much killing for cheap things, the thief, it's intensifying because of insecurity. Now let me tell you something, fellow Sierra Leoneans. We don't think a country we say the tone of right, this is a fundamental right for protest and demonstration. Nobody no government talk safe. The critical example, December 1, we call for protest. We show the government on the verge of the protest, then the government then the only way they can go parade to garbage trucks them. Now that they will say, we call for protest, and the rule they will use, and then to use, they arrest people them. They arrest some people from McKinney, from Freetown, because they feel say for protest now under their own time, now forbidden thing. These are things where they make people then go back to war. These are things where they make people then go back to interregnum. These are things where they make people then come back to crisis. And if it's something happen at SALONE right now, we'll not take and say it was past 1991 because now people, 80% of youth them today, now ex-combatants, ex-soldier, now ex-commando or ex-RAF. Most of them no weapon. And considering the drugs where they're not exposed to again, if anything happen, we get forget to say for blame. So if that not happen, then make for Canada platform here. Then we have a call for physical protest on the ground because doing this Zoom protest to resolve problem until we hold the government accountable. Like what it was more to say. The one where the civil society them, they're not muscle them. So then can say not because of for safe SALONE, they can say for a purpose, them they oppose APC by them aggressively because they wanted themselves to come in. Now no can not buy them in so they carry us to the political party. You may belong to any political party, you all belong. I'm an APC man, but SALONE big party APC. I'm not talking for APC here. And they talk for the poor person like Michael Masari, like Foster, within a jail, like come on in a jail without any follow due process of the law, how for trial, if you guilty or not guilty. Like the body from McKinney, where they hold them up to a jail, they don't even go court. And so many people are in a jail, where it is so don't take 5 years, 6 years, 7 years without sentencing them, and they don't even go court without convicting them. Me go to jail 8 months in solitary confinement with 34 count charge. I've been accused and discharged without compensation, and I do under with 13 warrants of arrest as you don't know now. I have 13 warrants of arrest waiting for me again, for rearresting me again, for go suffer the same way. How long will it pass this year? We get for stand up and try we best for make we able for tackle them here, because if we need a control, we not get freedom of speech, we cannot protest, we not get for talk, we need to defend ourselves. What is the democracy? Democracy, the government is from the people, for the people, and by the people. This is not democracy. This is not even junta regime, because I've been in the junta government twice. The MPS women have been in DPAM and AFRC. Even the two governments not doing that. It is not even junta regime. This I don't know how to call this regime, but when I believe it, when I leave it, Sierra Leone is heading for level 4 very, very soon. We that's any people going to say SALONE no peaceful. That's any people going to say SALONE no get security. Mix something that's the all man go grab, but it will be too late and no go find. And we conscious then no go ever serve well for Sidom. SALONE cross level 3 now to level 4. We at the red stage. We go tell you now the fire don't kitchen SALONE. SALONE no begin. They not begin killing themselves. They not begin bonus. They not begin cut pull and back. They don't do so many things that we no go left for. They not begin rape woman because woman and picking and so far the worst part any crisis now any part of the world. Lord will not Sidom until that happen. Now me could can for now express with you then let this program not be the last. Now continue. When I did that program again, a lot of things for play. When I can demonstrate anytime somebody to go, if in a minister self, when I go demonstrate to go. Now the world knows say Sierra Leoneans are not happy. If not all, but 80% to 90% are not happy. 80% to 90% life not safe. 80% to 90% they no get security. 80% to 90% no get job because this na insecurity. The TRC report it did it clearly. All the things that happen soon, this TRC report say if we do them here, it comes crisis. So if I can say, I just want to open all my eyes, see, Lord, pay attention as SALONE, Lord, all stand up as a nation and talk for make we save the country from the destruction with that on top of it. If not someday, sometimes, one day, we all will regret that.
Well, that is the voice of Mr. Amadou Koita talking about peace, security, intimidation, illegal arrest, and freedom of expression. He wasn't just talking about, giving stories, but he has personally experienced, he has a personal experience when it comes to intimidation, illegal arrest, and freedom of expression. So I want to thank you, Mr. Amadou Koita. And over to you, Matilda. We're moving to the second session, or we still have another speaker?
Yes, we're moving into the second session. Thank you very much, Mr. Amadou Koita, for bringing up all of these, touch points, in delivering your statement. Now we're going to the second session, and this second session, so we get for you from a youth where they can talk on education, innovation, and the inclusion and their inclusion in development. We also get for Kanye about climate change, the destruction of the environment and the ecosystem. And we get for talk about well-body business, so health. So even as we go to the next session, I want for make with technical team play a synopsis of what in this session they're about.
Nobody knows say the president don't get power under 86(1) for call parliament when he wish. Nobody knows say that. But two problems. One, the SO very specific. So when the president called the speaker, say he wants an emergency sitting, then definitely the next thing will happen, the speaker for call the majority and minority leaders, the parliament, together with the clerk and get consultations. As I talk publicly today, that not be happen.
Una for recall saying this same parliament passed the state of emergency law and then promise we say then go bring regulations within 2 weeks. Regulations not until after 1 month. I mean after almost 1 year before the regulations then come where the state of emergency they expire. That context important why the opposition suspicious of waiting they go on. So any violation of process or procedure, the way the leader of the opposition don't state matter. The standing order is very clear. Standing order 43B, 43A. In the case of any emergency of which notice is given to Mr. Speaker by the President, a meeting may be summoned on such notice as Mr. Speaker may determine in consultation with the majority and minority party leaders of the House. Very clear. We're not getting no.
There's no way. No way. That's a total sabotage. No, it's you don't have the right. It's not within your jurisdiction. It's not sabotage. You're being supervised by this ministry. Not sabotage. We have a responsibility to make sure we pay. You have a limit. No, you have a limit. You You have a limit. 120 trucks, only 69 are out today. Only 69.
Only 22 have come here.
You understand?
Only 22 have come here. So where the other 47? Only 22
I'm not talking about that. The total number of trucks is 120.
Only 22
You have no mandate to stop the payment of contractors.
Yes.
You have no mandate.
I have a responsibility.
You have no mandate.
I have a responsibility to make sure there's evidence of payment. I will
Okay, I would ask the technical team to cue in the video for session 2. Cue in the video for session 2.
Then I think Matilda, if
Matilda, go ahead with that. I'm having a some technical difficulty with it.
So then we will have to go to the constitutional, the constitution and the rule of law, because that's most of the clip that you see before we came in is basically focused on the constitution and the rule of law. So I beg to I'm apologizing for that technical itch, but I think we have to go to the constitution so we can set the pace for the speaker. Over to you, Dr. Dennis Bright. I think is Dr. Dennis Bright?
No, it's okay. So let's start with corruption and the economy. Alfred Senior Sanko and Arthur Pierce.
Okay.
Right. Good evening, everyone, and thank you very much for such a wonderful and organized program. And I'm not sure if Arthur is around, but it did say earlier that he was experiencing some electricity issue in the country. So you can imagine. Are they around? Are they around? Thank you, Arthur. Right. We've had, things the way, people have said, Comrade and, Thomas Mokonte talking about, issues pertaining, things about security. And the reason why, I'm happy that all these things were said before we talked about the economy. People always say one thing, that, the white people do come to Sierra Leone and rip us off, or go to Africa and rip us off. But one key thing that we are failing as Africans or Sierra Leoneans is that the fact that, which I think Comrade Queta and Thomas More Conte have mentioned, is the security. No country would thrive or succeed economically without, the security being in place. I heard Franca talking about, I think, is it like the women right? Being like, we don't deteriorate from the 137th position to now 153rd position in the world. Interestingly, me fumble them. We get to realize one thing, Africa, when we talk about the economy, when we say the white people come to rip us off, it is not true. I mean, and I'm playing the devil's advocate here. And the reason why I say this is because, in basic economic term, it tells you, reward goes with risk. Any reward is based on the risk that is actually available or surrounds that particular reward. The higher the risk, the higher the reward. So what does that mean? If we do not take care of our security, of course, when people go now a country, then they demand more from we. Because why? The insurance cost that they incur in investing in Sierra Leone is very, very high. I mean, everyone here, if maybe una don't know, SALONE plane not a sleep day. Why? Because they deem we very, very risky. They cannot get them plane. They cool them, you know, like the cabin cools them, not they sleep na SALONE. Why? Because they deem we very, very risky. And just, you know, before Mr. Pierce come inside, you know, very quickly, I just want kind of like make we talk about, you know, the COI. You know, the government tell we say that it fights corruption. Typical example, where surely I believe say Mr. Arthur can talk about, you know, one of the most powerful quotes from Dr. Dennis Bright about the Arata don't big pass the post. And interestingly, we saw that yesterday, where the anti-corruption mentioned that, you know, they don't investigate the case, and the first point where it make into findings now that, you know, the country, they don't investigate the case, and then the first lady in office kind of like spent in expenditure and in account have been audited by the Auditor General in the 2019 audit report. And interestingly, me fambulem, I will refer una when una get time, as boring as it is, go to page 434 of the audit report. It tell we clearly say, the Auditor General tell we clearly say, the First Lady did not provide any cash book, any bank account, or any financial statement. So this tells us that, you know, within the anti-corruption refer to, we say, the accounts of the First Lady don't be audited. It is not true. And this was the very anti-corruption man that we say, gone are those days where the audit report is a mere opinion and they investigate the audit report. So why then is now referring us to the audit report where he say it always they investigate the audit report? Sierra Leoneans, we need to focus. Mr. Arthur, I don't know if you want to come inside on that or anything else. Sorry.
All right. From Wio and Naya, I want to say good evening. I want to say thanks to the organizers that we, you know, constructively come together for put such a wonderful program together as a virtual protest for hundreds of Sierra Leoneans them within our Tongnaya and abroad for be able to come together and speak up in this manner for at least raise my voice on behalf of, you know, the burning issues that we have in this country. If I been get time, I've been talk plenty things, but for this particular meeting or protest, I will be limited for just hammering quickly on two things. One about the economy, basically military economics person, but I can't tell now the realities on the ground as to waiting tintalek for the people of this country. How can go now the exchange rate, Itanlek, with a Fibalek, and with it Bintanlek when this government take power in 2018, with Itanlek now. And as a responsible party, I'm coming from the NGC side, and we don't do a lot in terms of studying the economic situation and the pattern in which these governments, they administer the microeconomic patterns and the macroeconomic patterns. But we all know one of their campaign strategies have been Tolongbo no Gosidonaya Angry Boku, because we are complaining, even myself, we will all be the complacenting trying the country, we look for somebody else who can become a little bit better off Pasai Binde. But unfortunately, what we realize over the years now, we can realize say things are even getting worse. And it don't worse Pasai Binde. With reference to the WFP, where Bukmanekin called World Food Program, they released a 2021 report on the standings of food crisis and hunger in Africa, and they reference Sierra Leone. I'm not going to read all the report because it's big, but the most important part we interest me are the fact that they say hunger na SALONE don't quadruple. Larry puts a part again. WFP say hunger na SALONE don't quadruple. For the layman, for the ordinary people, what in that they mean? It means say hunger done times 4. So if now 4 people let be angry in 2018, now 8 people let are angry in 2021. So this get plenty other things, them like other negative impact that it cause to the lives of Sierra Leoneans. But let's just go now some statistics from with findings that the market. Well, of course, I must know Dr. Bright and myself and many other research people within the COPP and the NGC. We don't do this analysis of hunger from 2018 to now. For just let people understand, say, as a country, we are not getting better. They go behind instead of they go before. So rest per bag in 2018 now been 235,000. In 2019, now 280,000. In 2020, now 330,000. And 2021 is still maintained 330,000 euros. We now 40% increment than they don't had on the suffering of Sierra Leoneans inside these 3 years where this government don't the power. Let me take oil per gallon. Oil per gallon, the reports they tell we say in 2018 have been 170,000 leones. In 2019, it go up to 210,000. And in 2020, oil go 210,000 still. And right now, after I'm talking to you, oil at 300,000 per gallon with about 76% increment. Oil per pint now 3,500 in 2018. And in 2019, at 4,000. And now in 2020, now 4,500. And now in 2021, at 6,000 leones per pint, when a 71% increment on hunger by the people and when a reduction on cash that people earn. Okay, let's go and call. They jump some of the items because the report they public for order they want for see details for time. Let's just go and call because I know say most of the diaspora will get within an advanced country go to use electric cooker or gas cooker, but 95% of Sierra Leoneans in this country can't afford to use gas cooker, not to talk about electric cooker. Me, when they talk to you, I use electric cooker. I can manage use gas cooker, and most of the time I can use coal because it's cheaper and then it's manageable. Coal per bag, as I speak to you, now 33% increment. Coal is a producer for showing how things they, but this government still tell we say inflation rate don't go down to single digits. But it's in other words, what they see is completely different from waiting then they tell me. Coal per bag have been just 30,000 loans in 2018, it go 35,000 loans in 2019, and in 2020 it go 37,000, and now 40,000 loans with 33% increment. Okay, let's go to rest per cup. Rest per cup, because of the hardship, most of we, like me, what I be talk now, public servants, then Boku, then government, basically, I mean, the workforce is predominantly dominated by the public servants. And if you look, basic salary in this country, now 600,000, 90% of government workmen, they get above 2 million leones a month. So look so we all depend on for buy rest per cup because of it's very difficult for you to apportion your salary as small as it is for begin buy bag. So we can realize the rest per cup in 2018 will be 1,200. In 2019 go 1,700. In 2020 go 2,500. It go right up to 2,500 and I don't come back to 2,000 per cup where that 67% increment. Look, Gary now be 500 and now 1,000 in 2021 when a 100% increment. Fish, where would they catch when a bonga fish? As common as bonga tanlek, when I say fish, not to kuta, not to shine nose, not to snapper, not to grouper, then fish the way you expect say the halves or it's people that were actually economically stable, money man for it, big restaurants, etc. Waiting with the poor people and for bonga fish. Bonga na be 500, but now na 2,000. They win a 300% increment. People will be, worried as to why make fish don't go up at with 300% increment as bonga. Just for one bonga. Let's just go to Kukri, quick. Let's not, as I tell you, let's not read all team because the list long. Let's just go to Kukri. Kukri, where because of the cost of living and the cost of the market, most people resort to Kukri. And Kukri now don't come out from 3,000 leones per plate. Then you go must get one small fish when they go patch corner day. But it go 4,000 in 2019, it go 5,000 in 2020, and it still remain 5,000. But the most tragic part from the situation, the fact that now the Kukri win at 5,000 per plate in 2021, you don't get no fish, and you don't get no kanda, you don't get no beef. So you get for buy the fish or the kanda extra with an extra cash. Now go to the dollar, when are the midfielder, where they make, where they make them in there, so probably because most of them commodities there are imported, and most of them commodities are also locally produced, but we don't know why, because the market people who they ask them, so they say, they get for buy other stuffs, then you say dollar don't go up, blah blah blah, transports don't go up, and of course we expect another increase in the pump price of fuel in the country, where we might also influence the increase in then commodities there. I just highlights to now. Dollar for $100 in 2018 have been 750,000 euros. In 2019, go up to 980,000. And then in 2020, go 1,090,000, but it don't come down now to 1,040,000. We're at 39% increment on the dollar. Now the selling rates. The buying rates in 2018 have been 765. In 2019, have been 995,000. And in 2020, now been 1,080,000. And as I speak to you now in 2021, now 1,030,000. We're at 35% increment. Pepper don't go up, plenty other things that don't go up. As I tell you for time, I'm not going to talk on all of the things. I'll make the report public for people to read, understand, and share. Now, some like just tell now what are the reasons them we make them think they are the money win in this country. The microeconomic policies that we basically get for deal with the things that we get for the exchange rates, the buying and selling, out more money than the business people and the taxation, the custom clearing of goods and commodities, all them things that they put together, they make it fearful for people in this country. And as a result of that, it's discouraging. So business on the now in the hands of the foreigners. In fact, I will tell you, say, of recent now, people now, maybe they bring yabas or many other commodities, and now they go tell you, say, the foreigner, they don't go take monopoly, they don't play politics, they don't go take 100% control, they no more go to import them goods in the country, with the disadvantage other Sierra Leoneans, and with sometimes for they feel, empathy for being there for other Sierra Leoneans, not for just the charge we or the sell to we at that kind of way, anyhow. But then look at the insecurity. Me basically feel, say, one of the real threats to national security right now at the economy, the hardship. I listened to my colleague, Comrade Koita, we talk about the insecurity, they'll go to level 3, and pretty soon there's a tendency to go to level 4, within an amber alert. Now, I understand all of that. Aside of always the talk, let me also examine the way how, the country Tranga, where money at one, where for anything, na volcanic eruption, na danger. Because of people can't afford to eat, people can't afford to feed themselves or take care of their family. So they have one, not just general wamat now, we don't day. And most people don't feel insecure with the current state of the politics of Sierra Leone, because some man they say Mina APC. So because of Mina APC or Mina NGC, and I don't have any hope. Say SLPP will make it better for us. Same way, so the SLPP people, they feel say the APC or the NGC will make it better for them. So we are completely divided in this country now. So trust not there again. This brings about the importance of this COPP, the Consortium of Progressive Political Parties. For now, we begin for sit down a round table like this, putting away our political differences as they can say Pancreo, push camp and shop. For now, we able for team up as SALONE people and then administer this country in problem as Sierra Leoneans and forgetting about party. So with loyalty will begin come to we country instead of our party. Now I'll tell you, nowadays young people, for girls, they live a promiscuous life in this country. Woman then depend on man for survival, you know, and a man for buy the air, man for pay the rent and the feeding. So but you know, for make them more professional and respectful when dealing with women, we'll say they live a promiscuous life. But that's the reality. For us, men or boys, we reduce to thief man business, jog phone, drug addiction, and for every day, I said I would take Kush or Pampers or Spark 5. So this, if you look at all the junctions, all the area, not even first they go say ghetto. Now you don't even need to go to ghetto to go look for person really involved into drug addiction. It did at every corner and every street because people are so frustrated and the economy is so fearful that people not able for beer again, then they resort to drug addiction. So me just want for now on the reflection part because I go also want to ask a question: what did we learn from the Civil War? What exactly we learned? Because if we really learn from the Civil War, taking into consideration what in the TRC report tell we and all of that we see now, there's a need for us to prioritize our country instead of our parties, and then let me get good governance and move this country go forward. For conclusion, for counter corruption, I will stand on the same position with the NGC we don't make public the other day. It's good Dr. Dennis Bright, who happens to be our chairman and leader and also part of the consortium. They don't use a Creole analogy where you say, or Creole idiomatic expression where you say, the arata don't be past the post. What does that mean? In simple terms, it means say the institution and the individual we suppose for administer the real auditing procedures. Therefore, let we money not the gonna people pockets wrongfully, or let the money go to the right place. They see a complete different situation. Instead of the arata we suppose for let the push catch them, it almost seems like as if the push one for it's the arata, and as a result of that, we not get no hope again in terms of fighting corruption at this country. So what would they see more now? We see more of the fight against corruption more now for the previous governments, and then small agata the way actually they make sense. We can also ask what happened to the 50,000 bags of rice at this point in time. What really happened to that? If we push be really the cage, we be insisted and suspend some people and sack some people. At a point in time, we see they don't reinstate them back. So those are facts that will for make we all understand. Say we actually need to fight corruption. In fact, corruption is the fight we now for this country. So, as I say, I'm not going to talk plenty because, you know, think them plenty, and I will stop there so for now. And let we all continue what will they do so. Because me can also say, whatever it takes for the liberation of this country, worth it. It's worth it for let the Sierra Leoneans them come together and fight for Sierra Leone in liberation. Whatever it takes, whatever time, whatever money we spend, you know, whatever in differences that we will put aside for when we come together, you know, like I say, push camp and shop is really worth it because our people are really suffering. Thank you very much for listening. I'm still at Pias, and a very young man where they work with Dr. Dennis Bright and the GC party, and I'm part of this COPP. God bless.
Rachel, just if I can just take 1 minute, I know like I mean, why make it be interactive, I thought, but yeah, but it was a very good thing anyway. Just to summarize very quickly, I just want to make people aware, say, we still get issues like the audit report, where it says since 2018, audit report, none of these reports have been debated in Parliament. And I also want to make we understand, say, the UNDP, for make we know, like, these people do not get involved in politics. Now is the time where the UN, with the likes of the UNDP, they come out plain and tell, we say, you know, the government need to use the resources for which, like, the resources were allocated. And I don't want to make people understand, say, the New York office building, where they see a trend, not this government. But Sierra Leoneans, as, you know, after we talk, you know, I'll make we know, like, you will talk, say, now because of, like, the economic issue, and I get, of course, the security issue. Yeah, I kind of like understand that, but like I will kind of like slightly lean to one side. When you create job, you know, I think I read DJ Million be the talk about, say, the government be glad for $400 million. The SALONE people The government, the Sierra Rutile, where we give a contract, they generate about $460 million every year in our country. But here is a country with a glad with a given grant. The mentality of grant. You know, Frank had talked about the women that are being shipped to other countries. There is like Saudi Arabia trying to diversify from oil, because oil is not the big thing anymore, into tourism. We have everything that it takes in our country for developed tourism, for growing tourism, the history that we have, the beaches that we have, you know, like the islands that we get. But yet still now, Saudi Arabia want to develop the tourism by using our people, but we will get the resources not able to develop with people for tourism. And Mifambule, ESG can be a big thing. It is environmental, social, and governance. The UK, they try to talk, say they want to be the next Saudi Arabia in like wind power. We have the Atlantic Ocean. People are still in that country with the 7 major rivers that flow into the Atlantic Ocean, yet we cannot provide water for our people. We can do it, Sierra Leoneans, if we are serious, if we get the right people that will do the right thing for change lives. And I thank you very much for having me. And God bless you.
Thank you very much for, you know, the statements that we both of us make. That was also very, very educative, because, you know, some of us that have been away from from Sierra Leone for a long time, you know, we are beginning to see, you know, where Sierra Leoneans are at this point in time when it comes to the economy, when it comes to food on the table. And as we all know, most of the homes, we as women are the breadwinner, and because, you know, the men are died during the war and so on and so forth. So you can imagine the challenges women are faced with currently with the dollar increase, you know, the price of commodities and all of that. So as you all have been saying, most of the speakers are, you know, they've been saying that women at the center, women and children are the center of this time bomb waiting in Sierra Leone. Where there is chaos, where there's insecurity, women and children suffer the most. Over to you, Matilda. Is Matilda here?
Unmute, Matilda.
Oh, sorry. So without wasting much time, I want for go over to the next speaker, when Dr. Dennis Bright, where they can talk about the Constitution and the rule of law. The Constitution and the rule of law, Dr. Dennis Bright. The Constitution and the rule of law, Dr. Dennis Bright. Can we project Dr. Dennis Bright forward? The Constitution and the rule of law, Dr. Dennis Bright.
While we are waiting.
Okay, so while we are, sorry.
No, we're just going to tell the people in the Zoom to go to the chat box and sign the petition. While we're waiting, please go and sign the petition.
Okay, so while we wait to cue Dr. Dennis Bright, since there's been a little bit of a technical issue with him, can we bring in Mr. Alfred Minkailu Kuruma, speaking on the Fourth Estate, the interaction between the state and the press. Mr. Alfred Minkailu Kuruma, Mr. Alfred Minkailu Kuruma, the Fourth Estate, the interaction between the state and the press. Can we have Mr. Alfred Minkailu Kuruma? Can he be projected forward, please?
Where's Mr. Minkailu?
Mr. Alfred Minkailu Kuruma.
Can you raise your hand?
He's using a Galaxy phone.
Okay, I can.
A Galaxy C9 Pro.
Okay, hold on. I think he's the one's in a car.
A Galaxy C9 Pro.
I got him, yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Oh, I hope I am being heard loud and clear.
We can hear you.
Very loud and clear, sir, and fire. with fire too.
Thank you very much. I am delighted to be on the show. Grateful to be given the opportunity to participate. This is very timely. It is in place and very appropriate. For far too long, we have been deprived the opportunity. So do. I want to thank the organizers, and I am delighted to be part of those that have given the required advertisement to this show, and that in fact, I am happy that I am alive today to express my view as to the way things are happening in Sierra Leone. I am grateful. Thank you. My topic is very simple. I am to talk on the fourth estate and human rights. I want to understand the language that is permissible. I've been getting some technical itches. I want to know if it is the Creole language that we have to use, or the conversation must proceed in English. Let me be guided, please.
You can use Creole if possible, or both, mix it if possible.
Thank you. You see, we'll talk about the fourth estate. Would they refer to the media? The media in this case mean the print and electronic media. We get instruments them both locally and internationally, where they assess the performance of the fourth estate, where they assess the level of tolerance from government to the fourth estate. And the fourth estate, similarly, they operate like how the civil society they operates. The fourth estate, now actually, on behalf of the people, the whole government accountable to a very large extent on the social contract where we get with government. Any government, before they assume political power, they sign a social contract to the people through a manifesto. You bring out your manifesto and tell the people, let's say, I want to elect me into governance, when I elect me, I go do this, this, and this. You got civil society and the media, where on behalf of the people, where belongs to, go guide the process, give the people and the right information where they require, give the people and the right, and that is the action and inaction of government, another transition, and continue for monitor government in and government out. That's not the fourth estate. You get the print media, you get the electronic media, you get the traditional media, and now the emergence of the social media also don't contribute for enhance the capacity of the fourth estate. Like what they happen so now the social media make them possible. Now we have been deprived for long we meet physically for protest on the things that they affect we as a nation and as a people. But the media don't make them possible for that happen. Now, assessing the media, now Sierra Leone, the challenges them beaucoup. Hello.
Yeah, you can go on. We are hearing you loud and clear.
Assessing the media in Sierra Leone and human rights, you get some report the way they look at. You get the Human Rights Commission of Sierra Leone, where every year they produce reports. You get some international benchmark, where also they assess the media. You know, the time the way APC be in a government, the level of the press freedom in the country, the letter where it claim, the space where we reduce, the challenges that we will cover compared to the current SLPP government, the letter we will claim, the challenges that we will reduce, the steps that we will cover, it actually not they at par. Now we get what we call the Public Order Act. Now this country, and part 5 of them, now be a very serious challenge to the media. Very recently, I see the Sierra Leone Association of Journalists in as large, then tag with president as champion of press freedom. Champion of press freedom. I mean, it's begs the question, is that a deserving accolade? That now the $100 million question, where Sierra Leone has therefore asked themselves. We get circumstances and instances that this country, where would they assume say we get press freedom, but the challenges are too much. Very recently, We see Parliament also they introduce what we call the cybercrime bill. And we'll take a look at the very part 5 of the Public Order Act, where they repeal, and take a look at what it contain now the cybercrime bill, where we not turn to law it, because it's still there at the committee stage in Parliament. You know, see say the challenges and too much. Now we say press freedom, but here is a circumstance in which there was a time where we get an allegation on the former chief minister, who is now Minister of Foreign Affairs. We get one journalist who then calls out T for merely expressing an opinion on a certain quantum of money where allegedly transacts from the chief minister office to some other source through EcoBank. That expression there be land T in prison for some time until later other stakeholders are able to secure bail. Recently, we see what happened to Michael Mansaye Nabo on the south of Sierra Leone for merely expressing an opinion as to how he see government. At the end of the day, they sent him to prison for about 8 months. Now see people and they were try to appeal against that decision. We see what happened to Kenemouth Mada Salia for merely expressing an opinion about what he think about the first lady and the president. They sent him to jail for 4 months. With all this, we still tag the president as champion of press freedom. So it begs the question, who's our golden conclusion and day? In terms of human rights, I mean, we get what in the Human Rights Commission report they say. Let no say, when you talk about press freedom, you talk about freedom of assembly or association, you go draw reference to chapter 3 of the Sierra Leone Constitution. These are entrenched clauses them now the Constitution. When we say government for respect to the latter, now clauses the way not they play with our Constitution. We'll take a look at chapter 3, section 25, it'll tell you about press freedom. We'll take a look at section 26, it'll tell you about freedom of assembly. Like what they do so now, peaceful protest for express what you think say they happen at the country, we're not correct, and our government to address them going forward. We know they announce anything and they as established by law now this country. The challenges are too much. Human rights violation, it don't become the order of the day. We all see what happen. One of the fundamental human rights them, what they consider that the right to life, lot of instruments that we guarantee that life. The 1991 Constitution, now one. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, where United Nations signed 3 years after information on the 10th December 1948. Now other one than the even the Convention on Humans and People's Rights, where Africa Union behold, called the Banjul Declaration or the Banjul Convention. Now other one than the we guarantee you the right and day. But here in Sierra Leone, from 2018 to now, the number of indiscriminate killings will don't take place. There is nothing good to home to write about. Then Boku, the human rights violations, and Boku, when we complete the elections, we see what happened. Members of the opposition were chased from Kono to Mashimbi. Some of them walked on foot. In Kaila, women were beaten and raped. In Kenema, police officers were chased. Stores were destroyed. We saw all of that. Aside and we also see the indiscriminate sacking. We got people who get secure tenure of office, like the ACC boss, the ombudsman. We see government pull them where they get secure tenure, then violate the rights of them people and they. We see killings that take place in Tonkolimba in a by-election. We don't see what happen at Tumbo. We don't see what happen at Lonsa. We don't see what happen at McKinney. We don't see what happen at prisons. All of that. That gross human rights violations there. And unfortunately, we not see the culprits then bring them to book. We not see any inquest. So what is it about human rights in Sierra Leone? The challenges are too much. Human rights are being violated unprecedentedly. And these are things that we for address as a nation. These are things we want for protest for. And these are information and this we actually need for reach to policy makers, both at national and international level, for help them for shape the decisions that they make. Now again, we they about for witness another unprecedented violation of human rights in Sierra Leone. No say the right to association for belong to any group, for join political party. Now fundamental right than the. Now we get the Local Government Act of 2004. This Local Government Act of 2004 tell you say, for let you be able for qualify for take part by local council election, for be elected as a honorable member of parliament, for be elected as a mayor of a council or a city, for be elected as district chairperson of a council, for be elected as a councillor, a political party that ain't gonna nominate you. However, he also say in a circumstance in which you know a political party nominates you, an independent candidate can contest as long as he meet the requirements. Now, this SLPP government, it will violate that fundamental human rights of people. When the right to association, if they say now, then they will go now say politicization of local governments. Then they want to now. They want to try for depoliticize local government in the sense political parties are not sending candidates there again. Now individuals they go, they aspire. And now the requirements they already put for big councillor, let's say if I don't see GEC O level or WAS examination. For being member of parliament, if I don't get for being mayor, if I don't get first degree or masters or whatsoever. What are we talking about? We get how many wards then at this country? More often than not, the people who they serve as councillors, they don't have such qualifications. You don't need to get degree for being councillor. You don't need to get masters for being mayor or chairperson. As long as you're competent enough, you people and want you, your political party nominate you, it is your right. Any attempt by this government for say they go change that law, say now they go bring certain unwarranted requirements them for people that already aspire for them position and they now violation of the rights. It is wrong. And now, that is just about human rights. The violations are too much. Now back to the press. Once you the witness at Sierra Leone, most of the press houses then they have been compromised. Most of the activities that already take place and programs then it is being stage managed. We all see the terror the president 3 years in government. He embarked on a robust media campaign. In fact, when you go now some media houses them, they even stage manage the people who serve as moderators. They don't put people who go able to ask the president critical questions. The stage manager, the press is being compromised to a very large extent. You will stand out. We get integrity for protect. We don't want dance to the tune of government of the day. Then they're not going to give what to do you. Then go deprive you in most of the things there. Then go harass you. Then go begin tell you say you don't even meet the requirement as put out by the Independent Media Commission. Then go close the radio. Then go begin give you a lot of difficulties. It is wrong. We must not tolerate it. And there has to be corrective measures. And this platform, I want to commend the initiators then. And I tell we thank you. We also join along the line for ensuring so we realize this day today. What do we need for do as Sierra Leoneans, home and abroad? What do we need for do as concerned citizens? But for continue for utilize this platform information to allow go to meet decision makers at home and abroad. This is what we should do. Thank you very much for the opportunity granted. And I will wait for any question that may come. Thank you. I am grateful.
Thank you very much. That was a statement from the Fourth Estate, the press. Very impressive there. I want to thank you for that statement. As you rightly stated, lots of intimidation and so many other things. We are going to move on. Matilda, what do we have next? I think we have a video clip before Dr. Dennis Bright comes in.
I ratified the setting up of an independent commission of inquiry that we work thoroughly, independently, and transparently.
President Bio, though, your chief minister has been accused of corruption, and your wife, the First Lady, has also been accused of corruption, misusing public funds. How are they being held accountable?
I don't want to read that.
It is easy to accuse or make allegations that any member of my family or the government is corrupt. We have a system. You have to prove that, you have to produce evidence. So without that, I can say you are corrupt, even when I cannot see. I hardly have any dealings to do with you. Whenever there is any claim of corruption, the Anti-Corruption Commission is free to go and investigate, and where there is evidence of wrongdoing, as far as monies are concerned for the state, we will take action.
So let me get this straight. If it is proven, President Bio, if it is proven, that the Chief Minister and the First Lady, your wife, have actually misused public funds, how will they be held accountable?
Well, there's a prescription for whatever happens. If that is the case, and it's proven in a court of law or by the commission, they either ask to pay for it, or there are different forms of punishment for that, and they will have to.
On top of that, you recently hired a brand new finance minister who was accused of long-standing corruption in the previous administration. What message does that send to Sierra Leoneans?
Again, you've used the word accused, and he has had to go through a very long legal process to prove that he is not guilty. So.
Okay, that was just a short one, but all of us know what happened, after, and most of us, Sierra Leoneans and the world at large, watched that interview. It's all about accuse. But I want to say kudos to the Africanist press for bringing some of these things to light. Matilda, who do we have next? Do we have Dennis Bright next, Matilda?
Okay, so we'll now call on Dr. Dennis Bright, who will talk on the Constitution and the rule of law. Dr. Dennis Bright, speaking on the Constitution and the rule of law. Dr. Dennis Bright, can we identify Dr. Dennis Bright? Yes, Dr. Dennis Bright, speaking on the Constitution and the rule of
law. Thank you very much, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity for talking at this forum. I want to congratulate on all we don't work so hard to organize this event, and event we will go down in history, I believe, because one of the things that we don't prove is that Sierra Leoneans them can come together for talk about Sierra Leone. Me when I say for talk about the Constitution and the rule of law, where I think about the Constitution, the rule of law, and how this government done the comport itself for the past 3 years. The allusion we can make is that it almost start like a way, if you get a church, where the church decides, say, they're not to go by the Bible, or you get mosque, then say they're not busy about the Al-Quran. Now, so this government did, because we know say the Constitution and the laws then will get at this country. Now then they way for all the society together. Now then the only security way the ordinary man gets. For say, if they take advantage of themselves, at least it will be safe, because something they where it can rely on for make them not take advantage of them, and let in rights will be secured. But I think the conclusion we've don't come to now, and I should say everybody will agree with me, is that this government not give a damn about constitution and the rule of law, in the sense that waiting they want nine for B, and even the constitution and the law them, then they bend them for feet, waiting them, then say they want their own purposes. This now one of the big problems they will get in this country. Now, we don't get many examples then, because most of which I want for talk safe, a lot of people then somehow in the intervention, then don't touch on them. But one thing we get from member is that the very first sin, the original sin, which I will call the original sin, we see from where this government come. Now, we them want for
So we just played with the audience to bear with us. And I know say internet connectivity from SALONE, sometimes it's iffy, it's shaky, it's a gamble sometimes. So hopefully we get Dr. Dennis Bright come back in. Did we lose Dr. Dennis Bright?
I think so.
Yes.
Okay, in that case, we're not going to waste time. We're just going to go right into the other segment. And when he comes in, he can finish his speech. We have I've spent a lot of time. So in that case, I'll just ask that the technical team cue in the introductory clip for youth, climate change and health. Youth, climate change and health. Youth, climate change and health.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the globe. My name is Dr. Nana Sise. I'm a board certified family and psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner. Today, my focus will be on the health factor in Sierra Leone. Mostly, I'm focusing on the challenges of the health factors in Sierra Leone. And there are multiple health challenges in Sierra Leone. The health system in Sierra Leone is complicated by multiple challenges of health-related issues. Some of the challenges I'll highlight here today are that Sierra Leone has the lowest life expectancy in the world, with an average life expectancy of 54.3 years compared to 72.6 years life expectancy in most countries around the world. It has the highest rate of infant and maternal mortality. About 87.1 infants died per 100,000 baht in Sierra Leone. About 1,360 mothers died per 100,000 baht in Sierra Leone compared to developed countries, which only lost like 5.4 infants and like 7 or 8 mothers in 1,000 baths. People living in Sierra Leone are at high risk of contracting diseases such as malaria, typhoid fever, cholera, and hepatitis and HIV are secretly killing our youth only because of the stigma associated with them. So the youth normally don't complain when they have these diseases, and so they are not adequately diagnosed, assessed, and treated. And for hepatitis, you can treat it, but there is no cure for it, and so is HIV. So it's drastically killing the youth population. As far as the disabled are concerned, there are approximately 450,000 disabled people living in Sierra Leone. These people face a lot of health challenges, and those health challenges are mostly associated with their poor living condition. They live in overcrowded places. Most of them are shunned by their family members, so they don't go back home. They live in the street. They receive little or no healthcare facility. Most of them lack clean water. Most of them don't have the toilet facility that's conducive to maintain proper health. So those are all issues that are causing health problems among the disabled in Sierra Leone. Another factor that's causing challenges in the health sector in Sierra Leone is endemic corruption. For example, you can go to the General Hospital, which is like Connaught Hospital in Freetown, for example. People do complain when they go there that you have to pay money to be admitted. And if you don't have money, you won't get a bed. And even if you pay money, the medication are being sold to you. Nurses are actually selling medication inside the hospital. They are conducting a business inside the hospital, and so are doctors. They don't have qualified doctors there to perform proper assessment, diagnosis, and treatment. And so most people are dying inside the general hospital or the government hospital. There's lack of electricity, which is another factor. And with lack of electricity, you don't have the proper maintenance for lab specimen, the proper maintenance for keeping some patients in the adequate environment, because some people you have to keep them in a cool environment, some people you have to keep them in a warm environment, depending if they're hypothermic or hyperthermic. If you don't have electricity to provide you that avenue, people will die. There's surgeons. If there's no electricity, surgeon cannot do surgeries because there's no electricity for them to see the procedure. So all that is causing a lot of death inside the main hospital, like Connaught Hospital. Because of all these challenges, there are a lot of private hospitals, and private hospitals are too expensive for the poor people. Sierra Leone mostly have a lot of poor people. Over 75% of the population is poor, so they can't afford private hospital. And then when they go to the general hospital, there's no equipment, there's no manpower, there's no knowledgeable people to treat them and bring them back to their previous health. There was the healthcare initiative in 2010 that was introduced to treat infant and nursing mothers and mothers who are given birth. That one helped for some time while it was in progress, while it was effective, it helped. But with the changes in government, all those initiatives, the positive changes that happened from that initiative has gone back to where to prior the initiation. So it's all those positive changes have been derailed. There's also a lot of people are involved in motor vehicle accidents, road accidents. That is another factor. People that are involved in road accidents mostly die on impact. And the reason is because there are no proper equipment to stabilize those people. There are no trained personnel to manage those people. There are no proper equipment to manage those people, and there are no proper hospital like trauma hospital to bring them there and manage them. So most of them die on impact or even before getting to the hospital. There's also the risk of teenage pregnancy is still on the rise, and because it's on the rise, teenage mortality is high and infant mortality is still high. Maternal mortality is high. There is the issue of mental issues because of everything that went on in Sierra Leone in the past. You know, they have the Ebola, they lost a lot of people. They have the mudslide, they lost a lot of people. And there are a lot of other crises. Right now, there are crises going on, sporadic killing all over the country since the new government took over. So all that is causing loss of life and a lot of mental issues. So you have issues such as anxiety, depression, PTSD, OCD, adjustment disorder, social anxiety, schizophrenia, bipolar disorders, and so on and so forth. But there are not adequate facility to assess, diagnose, and treat people affected by mental illness. Therefore, you have a lot of mental issue in the country. All these are challenges that I'm just going to highlight today. So if these challenges continue in Sierra Leone, we're going to see a sharp decline in the overall population of Sierra Leone. We're going to see a lot of illnesses that will not be cured. Not because they cannot be cured, but because the avenue to cure them is lacking. And so I want to bring that to the forefront. Sierra Leone needs proper institutions to manage their healthcare system. If you don't have proper institution, your healthcare system will continue to deteriorate, and there will continue to be loss of lives. Thank you. This is what I need to say for today regarding the challenges in the healthcare system in Sierra Leone. Thank you very much.
So we want to tell Dr. Nana Sise, thank you for where he availing himself for do this video, for talk about the different issues them where they affect or complicate with healthcare system. And he talk about the importance of structures, putting structures in place, making sure that we get equipment, making sure we get trained doctors, making sure that we get the facilities then for take care of certain things then. I go pass them over to my co-host, make it introduce the next speaker.
All right, thank you very much, Matilda. And I want to say thank you, Dr. Nana, for making yourself available to talk to us about the health condition in Sierra Leone. Well, our next speaker is going to be talking about youth. We know youth, very, very important in any country. They're vibrant, they're active, and they are also playing a role in development in any country, including Sierra Leone. So we are bringing Alicia's Tamba Foyo to talk about youth, education, innovation, and inclusion in development. Am I correct, Matilda? We're bringing Alicia's Tamba Foyo.
Yes, sir. So if he can just show himself, identify yourself so you can be projected through. Identify yourself so you can be projected through. Alicia's, identify yourself so you can be projected through. Alicia's.
He's on.
Okay.
But his video's off. Okay, it's right there.
Okay.
Let me unmute you, sorry.
All right. Yeah, so good evening, everyone. Me and Alicia Foyo, the Executive Director for the Sierra Leone Model African Union. I did an opportunity for me to join inspiring leaders across Sierra Leone and beyond for discuss on the Safe Salone Global Virtual Protest. And so it's indeed an honor for me to talk on behalf of the 4.2 million young people across the country on which we go through. Sorry? You get me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. Yeah, so education actually is a problem for a lot of young people for make them able to access education. Because for let you live as a young person in Sierra Leone, most of the time, you get a lot of aspirations, you get a lot of dreams that, you want to become a graduate, you want to secure a better job at the end of the day. But that comes with a lot of challenges because of the lack of access. The poverty level is very high. So a lot of young people find it very difficult to access, especially university education, because of poverty, and a lot of them they become dropout for not able for become graduates in life. And then in terms of job employment, it's also another very big challenge. We are in the only one that still hold on to the jobs and we the young people never do. You don't say young people get an aspiration for become the next minister, the next president, but yet still you go to even the Ministry of Youth Affairs, you see all part of them there, they are still acting as the permanent secretaries. They are still acting as the director of youth, deputy director of youth. So these are problems where young people, they say aspirations that they diminish as we go along the line, because nothing is happening. Actually, nothing is changing. You are still seeing those older folks still staying in power. So I think that these are some of the things we need to really address. And then we look at the unskilled young people, because the educational system don't configure in such a way that we just believe, say, at the end of the day, without university education, all hope is gone. That's one thing where we don't able to learn over the years. And so a lot of people don't become dropouts. So because of the dropout rates, the young people when they drop out, they not get any skill where you can able for put them in a better situation for they're able for deliver and contribute to societal development. And so then young men they become a menace to society, and that is leading to high rates of prostitution. That is leading to high rates of crime on the streets of Freetown and the other cities. So those are the problems. And if we are to address them, then we need to go back to the drawing board and see how do we actually develop initiatives where they encourage young people from the university, from the graduate life, for let them able for able for startup businesses. So that's the responsibility of both the public and the private sector for encourage them, man, and the young people they really for let them able for ensure say they're able to start up their own businesses. So like what is happening in few other countries, like there are a few countries actually where you don't come out as a young person, you develop your business plan, you can able to present that business plan there to a bank or a corporate institution that can able to give a loan. Then you start up your business, then you're going to pay, that they monitor you on a monthly basis or quarterly basis as they pay. But these are quite different in Sierra Leone. It's a quite different story because, you and Lebanese man go to a bank for loan, they go prefer the Lebanese man over you. So we need to change those things and ensure say that young man that they will take them from the streets and go with them to institutions where they can able to get some skills. The other day I was talking on the TV on AYP. I said, why do we have the Obasanjo Youth College where the former president of Nigeria able to put up for we, and from where I hand over that place, sorry, I have to, it rain now, and there's a problem from my end. I don't know.
Keep going. We can
as long as we can hear your voice.
So there is this institution where they be on the bill for Sierra Leone youth. From where they hand over that Obasanjo Youth College there to the government of Sierra Leone. Right now you go there, there are no access to computers. There is no access. Even the places, the campus is not even friendly. Everything is just being, in a very dilapidated situation. So how do we actually encourage and ensure that we government able to take responsibility and take ownership of that place? If they say they are building the human capacity development of young people, sorry, yeah. If they are building
go ahead.
Those young people, how do they really ensure that their young man and young woman are able to get access to them facilities? I'm very sorry. Okay, all right. So those are the things. I'm very sorry. I don't wait for this meeting for some time, and I come somewhere with the rain and bug me, and the rain and bug me now. But I'm trying to find an alternative to that, So I think those are some of the things the government should try to ensure that they do, for let them able to capacitate them, check both institutions a day, so that young people then go on the inside a day and go learn skills instead of focusing on the garage stuff or the car wash. Because the car wash is the only visible project with Ministry of Youth Affairs ever take up, where they all over the place and say they are building this, they are capacitating young people. But that is not capacity building. It's not empowering young people. It's not sustainable. There's nothing sustainable about that. So these are some of the things that we talk about every now and then that the government is able to take control of. So thank you very much because of the rain. It's raining everywhere, there's noise. So make not keep everybody waiting for long. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alicia Tambafoyo. You spoke from your heart. As always, you demand them, waiting the ambog them. It's visible and I initially talk about. So I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you for, your voice, for your voice, the voice of the youth. Thank you. Matilda, over to you. What do you have or what do we have?
Okay, so we go.
I think say,
jam.
Yeah, the technical team for place.
Get up, straighten your legs. We've been sitting for close to 4 hours. Una shekele a little bit for 1 minute. And then we next speaker will be Dr. Femi Claudius Cole and Mr. Boy Jalo Jamboria speaking on climate change, the destruction of the environment and the ecosystem.
This is the things I do. Yes, for me country, green, white and blue. I know say the bella them go by and down no go party. Go down bad taxi. You know we come together as one. For we country flag, I go die for me country flag. Oh nana. If they say what I eat, they go up and Paris, you go one of them. If they say what we score, they go disallow the goal, you go one of them. Now who that them, now the bella them. Who are the bella them, you go one of them. Hey lad. If they say what they can, they go disturb with peace, you go one of them. If they say what they can, then go lock them for we, you go one of them more. I would have them, now the bella them, the bella them, you go one of them. Mama, this is the moon, 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 Capital A, capital B, capital C, they want on and to D. Within of them plan, they want good sabi. Within of them plan, they want good sabi. We not go ever retreat and we not go surrender. Holy Ghost fire, they make them the blunder. All them bad plan, them back to sender. Papa God, now you know we defender. Time don't go, now check the calendar. We all they see, we not to sleep in one. The country, the whole of the youth, them, the whole of the system, whole of we all day. The country, the whole of the youth, them, the whole of the system, whole of we all day. If they say what I eat, then go up and Paris, you go one of them.
Yes.
If they say what we score, then go disallow the goal, you go one of them. Now who that them, now the bella them. The bella them, you go one of them. Hey lad, if they say what they can, then go disturb with priest, you go one of them. If they say what they can, then go lock them for we, you go one of them. Now who that them, now the bella them. The bella them, you go one of them. Mama, this is the moon, Papa, this is the moon, Papa, this is the moon, Papa, this is the moon, oh nana, them a free know this say we the stop past them a free know, them a free know, them a free know, them a free know this say we the walk past them a free know, them a free know, them a free know, them a free know this say we country salon for girl, yeah. Them a free know, them a free know, them a free know, oh nana, if we not get good player, we not buy the player, the one where they try, the one we go come pull water na the eye, the player we go make everybody they smile, the player we go make we knock upside, the player we go make we fly, the player we go make all the bella them die, the player we go make we the boo boo bamba, now the player we go make we know the one them with the lie, the player we go pull water na we eye, now the player we go make all the bella them die. I say the country, the whole of the youth, them the whole of the system, whole of we all the whole of the country, the whole of the youth, them the whole of the system, whole of we all the whole of. If they say what I eat, then go up and Paris, you go one of them. go one of them. If they say we score, then go disallow the goal. Go one of them.
Oh yes.
Now the bell of them. The bell of them. Go one of them. Say Lord. If they say what they can, then go disturb with peace. Go one of them. If they say what they can, then go lock them power. Go one of them. The wood of them. Now the bell of them. The bell of them. Go one of them. Mama, the system the moon. Lo lo lo. Lo lo lo. Mama, the system the moon. Lo lo lo. Oh lo 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 lo, mama the system the mona. Oh lo lo, oh lo 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 lo, mama the system the mona. Oh lo lo, hey God. Oh lo 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 lo, Sakia the kill me.
I speak to the
Sakia the kill me. Sakia the kill me.
freedom is coming. Freedom is coming.
Okay. Thank you very much to the technical team for you spotlight with people them with them placards them with them green, white, and blue flag with them different messages them dancing and pumping up. Now, even as we approach the end of the program slowly, I want to introduce Mr. Boy Jalo Jamboria and Dr. Femi Claudius Cole, where they can talk on climate change, the destruction of the environment and the ecosystem.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. When we talk about environment, now something we highly interconnected and we get a lot for do with we life. It connect with we health, it connect with the water, what they get, it connect with the breeze, what they blow, and everything. It connects even with the world where they live in. Now I make them they talk about climate change. Sierra Leone as a country, they between latitude 8 and 12 degrees north of the equator. That means we there within the zone where they call the tropical rainforest. And we don't hear plenty time with the international community, then they go for meetings, then they write, then they make webinars, then they write on newspapers about this climate change. The thing where then they emphasize now the fact that the global forest cover don't they reduce. Now one of the reasons we get this warm temperatures and other things them, like them plenty storm, then water flood, then things and they. Sierra Leone, as we been known, and the Sierra Leone today are two different countries. Some of which it will be small, the trees them, then they grow there on the road, then they make like thing like a canopy where the motorcar then they pass under. But today Sierra Leone, as I see them, the last time I go there, they go miles, they even see thick. Now grass they see. Why? Because we don't misuse the environment. And this government where they in power, when they mean they out, they read a lot of things where then they come up with land grabbing, then they talk about the land mudslide, all that. They had all the knowledge about the environment. Today, where they come up power, what in the last government been tried for cut off, where them they don't cry over about this timber, we see it don't accelerate. And even within the urban areas, them, outside people they reside, we see an acceleration in the destruction of the environment. We see, say, issue like water supply and all them things, then they don't become very serious. Of late, we hear other things, then they come up with the international media in the last 2 or 3 weeks, engage with this area. Now the Freetown Peninsula, would then say they don't go sell for almost $1 million. Of course, we go on for ask. The thing when we say these people, the one can do there for fishing, the one can build a port. The first question we'll get for ask is, the Freetown port. Freetown are the only natural harbor na the whole of Africa. And we get an area where they can build a port. We come out from Kleintown, take them back of Prince of Wales School na Kintom by the police hospital. You can build a port there where they take ships. If people want build a port, why they not develop that area? Why then forgo now another area we're exposed to winds and other things from the ocean or the Atlantic, say then they go build port. But if I reach there, I go allow my teammate come inside, let talk small. Dr. Femi Claudio School.
Madam Femi, we cannot hear you. Can you put your mic on?
She is on, but I don't know why.
We cannot hear you at all.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes. Now.
Is that better? Yes. Sorry, it's raining heavily. So let's talk about the Black Johnson that is giving everybody cause for concern. There are several areas that we are going to highlight. One is the choice of that location. On the one hand, we have an administration that is talking like they're investing in tourism for Sierra Leone, and the area they are choosing for a fish harbor is an area of pristine beaches. Where you see, I can wonder waiting at the Minister of Tourism in take on this choice. Now, in way back, at least 20, 30 years ago, them in the mine platinum, as my teammates will confirm, in the Whale River, in that peninsula area.
Exactly.
And when you go Black Johnson, I don't know if now this sand, I'm sure you cannot really see it, but the sand in Black Johnson is actually black.
That's it. That's
and it
platinum.
glitters in the dark. And geologists have written letters to the NMA asking them that why has Sierra Leone not invested in trying to find out exactly what is in the sand in Black Johnson? What's in there na the sand na Black Johnson? There are minerals there. Instead of mining the entire peninsula for sand, because sand mining itself they deteriorate the environment, why we not go investigate this, extract the minerals from the sand, and then the sand when are the byproduct, use that for construction. Instead, what in these governments they do is literally selling our birthright for cocoa, selling 252 acres of pristine tourist territory to the Chinese for a fish harbor. Now, we not say we're against the investment per se. What we are questioning is the location. In building a fish harbor, what is the justification for the acquisition of that quantity of land? We already have a fish harbor that can be developed, a fishing village in Tombo, where you already have the infrastructure, you already have the women who do fish, the drying of fish, the selling of fish. Why can we not invest? And apparently, Tombo has a deeper harbor. Why will we not invest in that locale rather than using our pristine beach for this purpose? So then a question. And we know it seems as if we're not even the land because we're not going to other neighboring countries where they have bad experiences of their fish harbor. The fishermen, they already they struggle. There is severe overfishing in the waters in Sierra Leone and in the rest of West Coast of Africa. The fishing industry over the past 10 years yielded 8.3 billion with a B dollars for the West Coast of Africa. And the countries of Africa received 0.5 billion in revenue from the fish. There is no guarantee. And if this contract is good for Sierra Leone, I think it can be more open. We can actually see what the Chinese plan on doing, that they need this much of pristine beaches to do it. We have to look at the effect on the local economies of the fishermen. Right now, anybody living in the coast, Kent, York, Bobo, they will tell you, fish noddy. Fish noddy. And the forms of fishing that the trawlers then they use in SALONE is destructive. Then they're fishing from the bed of the ocean. Then they carry the mama, the pikin, the grand pikin, the entire fishing flora. They go. So we get for sit down and look, what is Sierra Leone going to gain other than $54 million where they want to give it for the land? And what is it going to cost us and our great-grandchildren in the long term? This is on the issue for now of Black Johnson. We need to know those them plane that will be they fly over, they look what in SALONE gets now under the ground. What are the results? Those things should be made public. If this is a thing that is going to benefit Sierra Leone, we will all support it. But if it is something that our generations are going to pay the debt for, like we're paying right now for the toll, then we really need to rethink this. And everybody is concerned. The people of Black Johnson are concerned. Even the international organizations abroad are concerned. I hand over to my co-chair.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Cole. This is not just one side of the environment we don't see.
Yes.
If we look at the greater part of Sierra Leone, Sierra Leone get rivers them where they flow from in, and all they can empty na the ocean. And rivers then source of continuity now the forest cover, because the forest cover now they hold the water out there underground where they allow the water for flow, the excess water for flow as a river. When you remove the forest cover, then water not there underground. And what is the end part? You they increase the risk for the country to turn into a desert. We don't see of late, of course, we go say yes, mining and then things and they be done day. But of late, we they see them they go into areas that will be no say na conservated areas, like na Koinadugu, that like some fun area. From the time where some of we grew up, we know say that area they now be an area where they preserve the flora and fauna, and then we don't begin to use them as a tourist place. Of late, we see they don't go there for go do mining. So the question is, what in are the benefits what they get? What in are the cost? And what in are the benefit for make we destroy with forest, forget a mining company for operate, almost with the gain from them companies here. The second question is, some of them trees then they destroy so, then don't take thousands of years for reach the level where they reach to this point for able to hold the ecosystem in place. Cutting down the forest, it kill a lot of things. Things and then at Sierra Leone were valuable for we livelihood, where then when they cut the forest, then they cease for exist. Because the world where they live, the ecosystem, everything interconnected. So now, what they look at is, what is the benefit Sierra Leone is getting from timber trade and the increase in mining activities? And most of their mining activities here, we know say, they not go through due diligence, they not even go through the processes of vetting by the parliament. Madam Cole, you then at the ground, You they see I'm better, so I want to come in and rub mud on this small man. Is she still on?
I think Madam Cole, Madam Bio internet don't drop and down.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can understand. So
just
if I can just make a summary, maybe we cut everything short. Looking at the issue of the environment in Sierra Leone, most times we not understand, say, it pose a greater risk to the country instability than with the sea. We people them, they get traditional food, they go cut in the bush when they're hungry. If you go cut the forest, then they disappear. People then they go in the bush, then go pull wild yam for can cook. Because the forest not there now, then they disappear. Even what you they call cash crops, things like coffee and some other plants, they need forest cover. Coffee not they grow by itself, you forget a cover on top. If you pull the forest, you they affect the ability for grow coffee. So the question is, why this interest in timber, why this interest in mining, where they make the environment, they deteriorate rapidly? I think, say, we for bring to the international community attention, say, if they are crying about climate change, if then the whole conference is on climate change, then we they see a government in a country, they encourage the things them, where they cause the destructions them, where they lead to this global warming. It's time we bring it to the attention of the international community that they need for go back down to Sierra Leone and ask certain questions and even put sanctions if there is a need for any sanction, that if you don't do this, this is what we are going to curtail. I'll stop there.
Yes, let me go a little bit more into logging. Okay, the level of logging, at this country is mind-blowing. The climate don't already begin for change. You go place like Kamakwe and say first time where you still don't know, you get for wear socks, you wear cold cap. Now it's as hot as anything. And waiting at the end of the day, those loggers where they pull the logs from inside the bush get now 2,000 leons per log. So I don't see how at all it don't enhance the economy or we self. If this government is really committed, we were very impressed in the beginning when they put a moratorium on logging. Because they say, how can this industry, how can we own it? Are we Sierra Leoneans able for owner? Instead, we are busy talking about our youth in Kawash. Kawash is our only goal. What if we actually put our attention on taking from our logs all the way to fine furniture? Our youths will not have to depend solely on Kawash for their future, and Kawash cannot be a career. Also, the cost of gas. A cylinder of gas in this country is 200,000 leons. So we have no alternative but to burn coal. And to correct Atopias, coal is not 40,000, it is 45,000 for a bag of coal right now. And even a bunch of wood has gone up in price and has gone leaner in size. So the people have no alternative but to destroy their own environment in order for them to have a source of income and a source of fuel. It seems as if we are more concerned about what the Chinese want to take away from Sierra Leone than what Sierra Leone can actually convert for our own selves. And I think with the onset of COP, we are now all speaking with one voice to say, we look at the hills. When you come on vacation from the diaspora and you lift up your heads and you look at the hills, the trees are gone. And these were protected areas that there were ordinance that you couldn't build on those hills. And according to the act, the local government act, it says that the municipalities, the city of Freetown, the chairman and the mayor should control the planning permission. Yeah. But this government put it in their manifesto. They said they were going to do it, and they have backtracked on it completely. Now you have somebody's toilet facing somebody's kitchen. You have somebody building on all the hills. The water catchment areas have all been destroyed on their watch. On their watch. And these are things that were in their manifesto. So the destruction of Sierra Leone is happening in real time. It's happening right in front of our eyes. And we all have to gather to say enough is enough. The Minister for the Environment disgracefully said on radio that they have not yet done an environmental impact assessment yet, as the people are not being work yet. Do you do the impact assessment? And it is only now that the impact assessment bid is out on the newspapers for somebody to come, consultants to come and do it. So why in Sierra Leone must we always put the cat right in front? The cat is even riding on top of the horses. We cannot do that. The environmental impact assessment, even for the mines, according to the Auditor General's report, licenses are given for mining companies without them submitting their environmental impact assessment. And this is the way it is, and this is the way it seems to be going. There seems to be a total disregard for our environment. As if when we are done, Sierra Leone will be done. There will be no next generation to take over from us. It is very, very worrisome. Very worrisome. I hand over to my co-chair.
Well, as we don't hear Dr. Mr. Jallo, I think we don't send the message out. The impact of the environment is bigger than we are looking at it. We people them, their livelihood depend on their forest cover. If we go take that forest cover, they will don't take a lot of things from them. Some people, they get certain sick, they know the herb, when they go cut, the men are sick. The Chinese are using herbs. 80% of the medicine in China is from plants. We are destroying what we used to use. So we need the international community for coming if they are serious about climate change. Because the tropical rainforest, where they affect the global conditions on global warming, is being destroyed at a pace where in the next decade, there will be no river flowing in Sierra Leone. This is the message we have to the international community. The threat on the environment is greater than the economic threat, and therefore it's a more serious security threat. We will end our conversation at this point.
Thank you very much, and that was Mr. Jallo Jamborea and also Madam Femi Claudius Cole speaking on climate change, the destruction of the environment and ecosystem. And that was a very, very good analysis done by both of you. And I say thank you very much for taking your time to do so. Matilda, I think we have somebody replacing Dennis Bright coming on to speak quickly where Dennis Bright stopped from. Matilda, over to you.
Yes, indeed. So right now, me family them we they introduce una to somebody where most of una sabi Mr. Jesmed for the Mami Suma, Mr. Jesmed for the where they come on for can talk on the Constitution and the rule of law for replace Dr. Dennis Bright. Since Dr. Dennis Bright, they get a lot of issues with the internet. And since I think it's the National Secretary General for the National Grand Coalition Party, he will replace his leader to talk on this issue briefly. Mr. Jesmed Fodemami Suma, go ahead.
Yes, good evening, everybody. Again, just a quick correction. I'm not the Secretary General of the NGC Party. I'm just the National Organizing Secretary.
Okay.
Thank you for that brief introduction. There are so many areas to speak to with respect to the unconstitutionality of this government. Even in my opinion, the process or by the by which they came to power is unconstitutional, but that's a different issue. But the most crucial area that we need to focus on has to do with the fact that the people of Sierra Leone voted for a balance of power government, in the sense that they gave the SLPP or the PAOPA government the executive branch, and they gave APC the legislative branch. But through machination and unconstitutional means, the PAOPA government imposed an illegal speaker on the people of Sierra Leone and expelled certain members of the APC party. And during at that embryonic stage, at that early stage when the party or the government was young, many were a little hesitant to criticize and oppose them because people wanted to give them an opportunity to see if they're actually here to solve problems. And that was the mistake we made. We shouldn't have given them any breathing space. The second area of unconstitutional actions by this government is the way they got rid of the previous the previous corrupt head of the anti-corruption agency. Even though the guy was corrupt, the one that was heading the ACC for APC, he was very corrupt. But there are constitutional guidelines that must be followed for the government to get rid of him. In the case of the Madabio, he did not follow those constitutional guidelines. He just went ahead and fired the guy. And we failed to challenge them. And that, including so many other actions that they've taken in areas where they have to consult with the other political parties in opposition for them to make decisions, they violated those guidelines and just blatantly ignored following those guidelines. So in every aspect of their action, they've been had very strong disregard for the Constitution. So the area that I want us to focus on now, most of us have been talking about the problem, and there are quite a number of us on this call who knows what the problems are. The question is, what is the solution? Let's focus on the solution. With respect to the last speakers, as regards the environmental challenges that we are facing, I would like us to consider the idea of taking a class action against not only the government of Sierra Leone, but also the Chinese government or the Chinese company that is sponsoring the destruction of our forest. And I think if we consider the idea of taking a class action against the very Chinese company or Chinese government, if the funding is coming from the government, in collaboration with environmental agencies around the world, because they've just shown an example of what they did when they took a lawsuit against Shell and other producing companies and oil producing companies. And about a month ago, the environmental agencies, they won a lawsuit against them. And I think if we take that kind of a step to also hold the government responsible about the destruction of the forest in Kabbalah and other parts of the country, and take that class action, that will bring international attention to the destruction of the forest in Sierra Leone, and that will hold the feet of the Chinese government to the fire. So that's one option that we need to consider. The second option is also come up with ways we can educate our people about the consequences of the destruction of our forest, especially in those areas where you have agents that go there and they cut down the trees and sell them to the Chinese. We can have television and radio video clips that will be playing on AYV for people to see the trend that happens when the forests are destroyed and how the land becomes barren. So let's think about solution. If there are any other questions, I want to make the point that I am not a lawyer. It just happens that when you're in politics, you should educate yourself in so many areas that borders on law. So that is why I'm able to speak to these issues, but I'm not a lawyer. So let me just make that disclaimer right there. Thank you very much for your audience. This is Jismet Forima Misuma.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for stepping in the shoes of Dr. Bright. And that, again, was another good analysis, talking about the parliament and all other things. As we are coming to the close of, to the end of the program, we have, I don't know if we have any music or anything that the technical team wants to give us while we are getting to the close? Matilda, do you have any idea?
Mama, mama, mama. That's the clue for the technical team.
All right, over to you, technical team. Please give us that. Then we can spotlight our distinguished guest on Zoom, and then we go to the closing. I want Madam Femi to get ready as you are going to do the closing, and we can wrap up, you know, as host of the program. Thank you very much. Over to you, technical team.
And that we believe say anybody when a SFPP na a true Sierra Leonean right now. Yes. If we begin the mob justice now, the beat on a public will make like all man no say now una bad habits matter man they won't know they change. Yes,
wherever you did, mama, make you pray for me, because we don't tire, we don't tire for this oppression, that's why we dey ask for solution, police they kill us, government they burn us, now what thing we go do? Now we dey do, cause if we not stand up, nothing for tomorrow. What thing we go tell our pikin? Say we don't fight for our right.
My government will hit hard, and it will continue to hit even harder until this fight is won.
Would they kill una if una there una die? Or would they block una foot una go spend house? Mama, wherever you dey, mama, make you pray for me, because we don't tire, we don't tire for this oppression, that's why we dey ask for solution, police dey kill us, government dey burn us, now what thing we go do? Now we dey do, cause if we not stand up, nothing for tomorrow. What thing we go tell our pikin? Say we don't fight for our right. Mama.
Hey, as when I see the images, them they are traumatizing. They are punching. They jilt you at your heart. Like when they can say, so you at the jog where they see them. You at the jog, they feel pain for your fellow Sierra Leoneans. Them and we just want things to be right. We just want each and every person in life for matter. We just want for no say when one Sierra Leonean is hurt, not every Sierra Leonean they hurt. When one Sierra Leonean they suffer, not every Sierra Leonean they suffer. Where one Sierra Leonean is being dejected, rejected, and being trodden on the ground, left to perish. That is every Sierra Leonean that feels it. You don't have to go through it, but you feel it. So long as you have flesh and you have blood running through your veins, you know. So without wasting much time, one call on Madam Femi Claudius Cole, make Igiwi a closing remarks. Madam Femi Claudius Cole.
Yeah.
For the closing.
I'm here. Okay, first, I really feel say a big, massive thank you. That's an understatement to the organizers of this virtual protest. I know you guys have not had any sleep. You have not been able to focus on anything else. And you have done all of this because you are in love. We are all totally 100% in love with Mama Salone. And we are all exhausted from living in a rich country full of poor people. So we back home cannot begin to find the words to really thank you. I thank you for coming up with the concept. I thank you for sticking with us, the COP that are here, there, and everywhere. We really appreciate your effort. And actually, when I first heard about a virtual protest, I'm like, how is it gonna look? This cannot work. But I am totally blown away. I have everybody here in the living room. We're all watching. We actually have you on the big screen. And Madam Aisata is saying, this is good. If I know, I mean, we're like just in awe of you guys. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Now, COP has been busy. We know that some of our battles have been lost. The battle for the midterm census, that battle was lost at the battlefront. We saw them snatch it away in front of our eyes, where the opposition MPs were not given an opportunity to speak, and the eyes had it, like the eyes always have it. It was a sad day. It was a pathetic thing for me to actually witness the Parliament of Sierra Leone full of bulldozers and barbarians. It was sad. And that actually has strengthened us in COP. It means we cannot falter. It means we have to stay together. It means we have to stay on point. And we have to stick with the issues. The people of Sierra Leone have been let down. They've been let down for so long. Their hopes are raised, and immediately after elections, their hopes are dashed. We end up with a government of retribution, of revenge, of do me, I do you. But I think a new day is dawning in Sierra Leone. We are going to make sure that this love that you guys are showing is going to begin to shine through. COP has everybody. There's no region in COP. There's no party color in COP.
No tribe.
There is no tribe in COP. We are all speaking with one voice. And I think we all in COP appreciate that this is a momentous occasion. We cannot afford to play. We cannot afford to handle it as if it is something that we will get another opportunity to handle. This is fragile and we must handle it with care. And the people in COP, I can assure you, are committed. The democratic space is closing. There is no space for dissent. Speaking to power, you threaten your own life and you threaten your own liberty. But COP is going to be bold. We are going to tell power the truth. We are going to call them out when we think the interest of Sierra Leoneans is at risk. And with your support, this we can do. Now, we're not talking about directions anymore. They said a new direction. They didn't tell us it was the right direction. Now we're looking at a new society where round pegs go into round holes and square pegs go into square holes, where we come together to call each other out and speak truth to one another that this cannot work. If it cannot work in the East, it will not work in the North. It will not work in the city. We are going to have to form a bond that is going to take Sierra Leone to the next level. The people of Sierra Leone have told us, COP, if una fail, we nine done so. The lady in the market that I buy my cucumbers and lettuce from, it tell me, I surprised said the woman know what COP said. This was like weeks ago. He said, me, I don't talk more. Me, if una know also, me, I never vote again. No. So the responsibility that COP has, we know it. There are people out there that are saying you should try to have this become a consortium, a coalition. That might be the end road. But this period of getting to know one another is critical. Because winning elections is just one part of it. Governing a country, it's where it's at. And if you have people with different minds, different backgrounds, different agendas, you can win, but then you wouldn't be able to govern. So this period is our period of getting to know each other, getting to know our strengths and getting to know our weaknesses, and how we can focus our energies to accomplish. The decentralization fight is still on. We are not going to end that fight until the fat lady sings. The issue of how this consortium is going to move forward, we are planning a road trip. Freetown is not Sierra Leone. We are planning on taking consortium on the road to the very last village in the very last chiefdom. This is who we are. We have no color. This is our mission. This is our vision. This time around, we have to get it right.
Amen.
Generations yet unborn are gambling on us. And if we fail them this time around, history will judge us as the biggest fools and fraudsters that ever existed. And as chairperson of COP, I will die trying.
Amen. Amen.
There are days of protest where I already wear my I wear me 6 girls with me 4 crosses. So where I go for them by road, I go to pull one, I wear the other one.
Amen. 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 Amen.
This time around, we have to get it right. We have to realize that we are servants of the people for Christ's sake. The country in money, not so we pocket money. Papa not die left and give, none of us.
Body.
This time, we have to succeed. We have to be held accountable. And I am so glad that we had the youth being a part of it. Because that's where it's at. When I speak to them, I tell them, this is your Sierra Leone. If they give 10,000, one polo, one cap, and you're dancing like say you win lotto, it's your inheritance. We have one foot in the grave. Now die with a die go so. This is your Sierra Leone. 60 years and we're still as stupid as ever. The Chinese come and we're jumping like we're on hot coals. And they're coming to do a wholesale and they're doing retail. Chinese women, they sell medicine at it.
Amen.
Stupid.
Some things have to change.
Definitely.
We cannot continue in this way.
No, we can't.
We can no longer be the joke of West Africa. And we claim, me are the shame for talk about Athens, South Africa now.
We are Athens of Africa.
We cannot. When babies are dying because of blackout. when we have over 300,000 hernia cases. When you take your own packet water where you go for go born, and you tell us about free healthcare. When two pikin they share one exam paper and you tell us about quality education.
Tell me about that, Mama.
We're not listening to those narratives anymore. And I speak to you in the diaspora, I speak to you all over the world, and I speak to us in court. This is one golden opportunity. We cannot afford to drop it.
What helps alone?
We have to get it right.
Speak up, Mama.
The institutions need to be fixed. Political parties were all a victim of a messed up judiciary.
Yes.
That could have been fixed, that should have been fixed, that will now have to be fixed.
Eight again.
A health system that delivers anything but health.
Yep.
Today, I am sad to report I was forced to close our hospital. We've had 10 COVID cases. And NACOVAC said they're not get motorcar for bring people and come for can do the swab. And the Auditor General's report, they bought over 200 bikes, over 50 vehicles. And today there is not a vehicle to come and take a swab.
And Prados
and all sorts of nonsense. Those days are going to have to be behind us.
Amen.
And COP, everybody that has anything to do with COP, we are now going to sing with the one hymn book. We have to sing from the same hymn book. This is no longer going to be jobs for the boys. Not jobs for the COP boys, not jobs for the Bo boys, jobs for nobody.
Amen.
If you can deliver, you get the job.
Yep.
And if you can't, you are out.
Yep.
We have to be accountable this time around. Sierra Leone should be a paradise, and by Jove, Sierra Leone must be a paradise. I thank you. I am committed to COP, and COP is committed to Sierra Leone and the people of Sierra Leone. So pray for us as we go on our road trip. We were almost knocked over and knocked out. My ankle was dislocated in the process of delivering a letter to His Excellency. We have engaged the international communities. We have engaged stakeholders. We will talk to anybody who will listen to us and tell them why COP. But 2023, we must wake up and say, Papa God, we tell you thank you. A new dawn is here. So we may well transform COP into an alliance for as long as we see that it is one that can win and that can govern for the people of Sierra Leone. You do so when we they smell the gently, but will not they taste them. It is time for us to live the life that God intended for the people of Sierra Leone. Bo, timber, ideya boku, mahogany, walnut, name it ideya. Fish, whale, shark, minabonga, ideya. Crab, lobster, oyster, okoto, ideya. Minerals, then they are. Why on earth we go tap now at a side, we take we and wash we waste? Please, una put una hand on the cup. It's a baby, but it'll grow quick. We need your support. We need advice. we need support, we need finance, we need a boost. For me, it has been a pleasure working with this team. Before you they say something, they don't do one. Before you they make suggestions, they don't do one. And I really want to take this opportunity to thank the speakers. Karimba, you started off on a good road by speaking the truth as we all see it. We can no longer hide behind our finger. The truth simply has to come out. And this time, our love for Sierra Leone must trump our love of region, must trump our love for tribe, must trump our love for everything.
Amen. Speak on.
I thank you for this opportunity for me to close, because like you guys, I like me SALONE. I want to see a Sierra Leone where people, then they rush, they come, not rushing to leave thousands of our young people going into slavery. Can you imagine? I thank you for staying with this for the past 3-4 hours. I thank you for organizing. I thank you all for speaking, planning. May God bless all of us in this Republic of Sierra Leone. I thank you.
I'm playing don't meet me. I swear, this still not sweet to me. Okay, look we go. There's our dog.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really need for digest a lot of things where Madam Femi, spoke about. This is why I always say, when woman puts hand on something, we must see the end. Like that Matilda says that we must scrape that west. In a but really, I am, I am really touched. I am really, really touched. This is why, we work woman at the end of affairs, because we do things with passion. We do things with love. We do things with sincerity. So, Madam Femi, I want to say thank you for this closing. It's a very powerful closing. And if, let me just wrap up while Matilda said they prepare, let me just take this opportunity to wrap up because we've come to the end. But like I said, Madam Femi, you really touched on the, I can say the soft points there, where the Mona Salone people there. You touch all parts now the closing, honestly. And if even you were in the middle or on the edge of thinking twice what to do, what not to believe or what to believe in Sierra Leone, or what to support or who to support in Sierra Leone, I think Madam Femi, Madam Femi has done it all. She has set the pace for Sierra Leoneans to come and work or support COP. So I want to say thank you. As I am closing, making my own final close, it's been a wonderful time with all of you guys. I want to say thank you to our viewers. Thank you to members of the international community present here. Thank you to our guests, distinguished guests on the Zoom. And of course, our viewers, I saw, different kinds of, comments, keeping the conversation going, pouring your heart. This is what we call democracy, where the government of the people, by the people, for the people, where we have the opportunity to speak up on issues we feel strongly about. And this is what every one of you, have exhibited here today. So I want to say thank you. But one thing I want to leave with our people today, and we look at, a lot of people were jubilating when, when the judiciary in America gave victory to the family of George Floyd. Even I see our leaders in Sierra Leone, the First Lady, our ministers, saying kudos to the American judiciary for giving victory to George Floyd. But I want to say something here. George Floyd's lives is equally important as the lives of Sierra Leoneans. Let us think about it. Our judiciary, Let us think about it, that our lives matters. The same kudos we gave to the American judiciary for standing up for the truth and give victory to the family of George Floyd. Our lives matters as well. And let us see, George Floyd changed the world. We can do it as Sierra Leonean, and we have just started. And I want to take this opportunity that we are going to be planning to open a GoFundMe page to support and complement the effort of the consortium. As you have heard from Madam Femi, there are a lot of challenges, financial challenges, because we cannot fight a ruling government that has all the resources, that has all the judges, that has all the money. So we in the diaspora and Sierra Leoneans coming together, we have to support them financially. And so we are planning to get a GoFundMe page in support of the consortium. I want to thank you, and I have been your host, Rachel Bangura Davis. Over to you to my other host, Matilda Jacob.
Tell you neighbor, tell them say you there. Tell them say you there. Tell you neighbor, tell them say you there. Tell them say you there. Yeah, we just send them good on. Send them good on.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Rachel, my co-host. I want to tell Boku thank you to all the speakers them we talked today. And you know, the one thing is that even though they prepared a speech, you can see that when they got here, they spoke from the heart. What a beautiful thing. They realized that this is not about pampering. This is not about pageantry. This is about speaking from the heart. They talk to me young people them. They talk waiting the on me. They talk say me self me pocket boss and me self me and the leak. Now, so they approach this issue today. I want to tell the international partners, donors, members of the COP, everybody from all over the world will join in today. From the Zoom to the Facebook to the YouTube, there were over 1,000 views in combination. And I know they talk about the radio stations, them and the TV stations, them, now SALONE will host. Those numbers are not in yet. Listen, if it wasn't vital, if it wasn't important, you know, we'll get over 1,000 views. People, they don't sit down. I know almost people they don't sit down for 4 hours, 30 minutes without moving. 4 hours, 30 minutes without moving. That is dedication. That is commitment. That is passion. Do not take the Sierra Leoneans for fools. Just because sometimes they keep quiet and they refuse to exercise the right of their mouth and the bite of their tongues doesn't mean that they are fools. Like the closing argument from the chair of the consortium he said, this is time for us to get to know each other, even as political parties, because even at this stage, you want to know who is there with good intention. You want to know who is a collaborator. You want to know who is a partner. You want to know who is there for the long haul. You want to know that when you back against the world, they would come to your rescue. You want to know that when you're being trodden on the ground, they would come to lift you up. You want to know that, you know, even together, you work as soldiers, you work as generals, you work as commanders, and you know that your gladiators are in the back, pushing you on, giving you the strength that you need, giving you the time that you need. It is not about them knowing themselves only, but it is also about Sierra Leoneans getting to know each other. We have gotten to a point where we have forgotten about who we are. We have forgotten that the only thing that runs, that synchronizes us, that runs around across each and everything is the word Sierra Leone. It is not the word Mende. It is not the word Timini. It is not the word Limba. It is not the word Loco. It is not the word Soso. But the only word that exists within each and every Sierra Leonean is the word
Sierra Leone. When you open that green, white, and blue passport, when you open that green passport, when you open that blue passport from America, when you open that red passport from Australia, what you see is your birthplace. Your birthplace is Sierra Leone. And so therefore, the consortium is calling upon you all. They say, you know, winning is only one part, but governing is something else. Today, they say we see no color. Can we please keep it at that? That the only thing we see is Sierra Leone. That the only thing we envision is the green, white, and blue. Nothing else but the green, white, and blue. Can we seize this as a golden opportunity to turn things around and have it right for our generation and the generations yet unborn? Can we stand in the gap today, even as we are here, to say enough is enough? To say the status quo shall never and will no longer be maintained. Can we start right now as we are and come together and form one bond and say the future is ours? Together we can turn things around. There is no finger pointing because mistakes can be made. But what is even better is when those mistakes are made, you have the conscience to recognize that the mistakes have been made and they need to be corrected. At this junction, I tell una all say, that rawo, whether wood spoon, whether cook soup, that spoon where you they take cook your soup. That rawo, where ibako not able, iron spoon go bend panam. That rawo, where ibako not able, iron spoon, they bend panam. I want to tell the thank you. I want to tell the communication team thank you. I want to tell the production team thank you. I want to tell everybody thank you. Listen, today it's a new dawn. You have started something new. Amen. You are not taking arms. You are not going on the battlefield. But you are going in the battlefield of truth. This is my you are going in the battlefield using your mouth, exercising your God-given talent. Let us embrace each other. Amen. As of today, we see no color. What we see is the green, white, and blue. The green, white, and blue. Absolutely, Matilda. Absolutely, Matilda. This is what I say when women speak. We speak with passion. We speak with our hearts. We speak with our mind. We speak with all sincerity. I want to say special thank you to everybody as Matilda. All right, okay, I think I was unmuted. Matilda, like I said when women speak, we always speak from our hearts. We speak the truth. We speak with all sincerity. And I want to make a special appeal to our women, as always, making appeal and talking to our women. The time is now. Women, we can do better. It's been 60 years since independence. We have given opportunity to men to lead our country. Step up on the plate. The time is now for us to take back Sierra Leone and build back better. As Biden said, build back better. And it is only women, because I know say when we team up and ready for do something, we can do it. We have seen it is evidence in the Freetown city. We can see it with our mayor. We can see it with the Auditor General. We can see it all over. When women are in position of leadership, we can deliver. So I'm asking everyone to join hands with our women in position of leadership to ensure that we achieve and we build back better in Sierra Leone. Thank you for everything. As Matilda said, from today, we don't see any color. We see Sierra Leone. We see green, white, and blue. Regardless of our political parties, let us put Sierra Leone first. Let us think about the green, white, and blue. Let us think about our children. Let us think about our country and take away all political sentiments and look at the truth and look at what is facing us ahead in a country. So Matilda, I want to join you again and thank everybody for sitting here and having a dialogue and conversation with the whole world, the international community, to say we are tired. And this is just the beginning.
Yes.
The battle are just
SALONE has been redeemed from today.
Together, we can build back better. Thank you.
And for add to waiting the woman and say, we don't ready. We're ready for support. Anybody, this is time for SALONE. So you wait in the diaspora, we don't hear you waiting people and don't talk today. You care for SALONE, and you believe say this time not a party business. Now we country, so many countries that we better pass as blessing than they far we. Pass we. So now opportunity is use country where you there for set up a team. Let we all come together under unity. And I'm telling you, they will brother and sister, they come out, they go to government, they go chief. Now they come out, we sabi them all. So we not go sit down again, then go inside, they go full of people and thief and left with people the same way. So now an opportunity this. Not to end on so we they ready for go down New York. We wait till the back we they go meet and down there. Not to the no more. We forget yes, we get forget other protests where they come, and this time on corruption, we go talk. Yeah. So
okay, so with this, I want to say that I myself and my co-host, we can officially say the program is formally over. The technical team will continue to play some songs as people exit the Zoom. Thank you very much.
All right, we go sing with national anthem. Any Sousa you there? We all sing with national anthem. And as a player, let we all tin up and respect we country. Usa you there? Let we all tin up, put you on your chest. All right?
I will exalt thee, Lamb of all we have for thee. Singing thy praise, O we raise up our hearts and our voices,
Blessed and peace. One is a we pray that no harm on the children may fall. That blessing and peace may descend on us all. All that no chamots. I know. Oh boy. No chamots. We play the devotion and the strength and our heart that wants to be saved and all that we have.
Good. And that's all of us.
God bless you.
My love, loyalty, I don't know the promises.
Let me close the So help us God.